What is going on, everybody? We're going to be highlighting Deep Madness miniatures. All the heroes, I contrast painted them, base coated and washed them. And basically, now all they need is highlights and they're done. And maybe get some work done on this big, probably the big final monster. And after that, we just got 3 more monsters to do. And that will be the end of the main box set. As always, join me in the chat. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. And we'll get started here in just a second. And we'll see if people want to join in. Hopefully everybody's excited to enjoy another weekend stuck inside. Don't even get to go outside anymore. Although I did go to the grocery store today. That was pretty exciting. Nowadays, that's considered a high-risk behavior. So anyway, I'm going to get the wet palette out here. I'll show you again how I organize it. Sorry, I'm eating a little piece of black licorice. Hopefully you can see that okay. I put my... Hey, what's going on, man? Got Inquisitor Zane and Harold in the chat. What's going on? I'm just going to show how I organize my wet palette again. Once I finish these half-finished projects, I'll be putting a new sheet of paper on, but I always do it the same way. So up here in the corner, I do my white and black. So white in the corner and black, which also turns into a lot of the grays. Below that, I do greens and blues. Over here in this corner, I do flesh tones. Up here, reds, yellows, oranges, and then some kind of pastel bone type colors along the top there. And that gives you everything you need. So if you're doing, my example, if you're doing a flesh tone, hoping there's not enough water that's going to start spilling on me, but if I'm doing a flesh tone here and I want to make the shadows a little cooler, I can just grab a blue, any blue, and mix it in. And as you use the wet palette and you kind of create these muddy mixes, they become very useful to paint with. It's very fun. And this is not ideal setup for like painting an army, because if you were painting an army, you'd want to have the exact same colors likely over and over again. So this is just good for painting kind of one-off miniatures. It's really fun to paint board game miniatures. All right. Cannon Lord is in the chat. How's it going? Painting some custom Gene Stealer Cult. I'm working on Flesh Eater Quartz and new ghost brushes. Yeah, I'm glad you got them. Yeah, I had a few of those Voodoo Daddy guys left over from the first Kickstarter. They were an exclusive miniature for the first one. So I decided to throw one in, so hopefully you get a pin. Oh, nice. 50 skeletons. Are you using like a bone primer or contrast paint or washes? All right, my gross piece of black licorice is done. So let's start painting. Yeah, I have just about the worst setup for demonstrating anything to the camera when I'm working on, but this guy was just primed Gray Seer. And then the skeleton horde on his kind of stomach, plague bear flesh on his kind of tentacles, and voluptuous pink or whatever it's called on his head. And that's kind of how I blocked all that in, working wet into wet, just real quick. So we'll probably add some washes to him if we finish all these characters. We're going to grab one of our nicer ghost brushes here. You can compare them, I guess. Even though, no, they're about the same, really. One's beat up and the lacquer's falling off. And the other one's a newer one. So, but the newer one has a slightly sharper tip. When you're highlighting these little tiny miniatures. Frost and Fist is in the building. What's going on? Yeah, Harold, did you you've been using them then if your lacquer's popping off, but this is a really old one. I've had this one for over a year now, and it's still holding up pretty good. I know this is an old one because it's unlabeled, which means it's one of the originals. Do we have a Frost or a Fist in the chat? Or is it both Mythos and Freak? Which one is it? That's the exciting part. So we're going to paint this little guy first. Just give him some little highlights. These board game miniatures, you don't need to highlight everything. I just want to make his face pop, maybe his skin, maybe his shirt, maybe his backpack. That's about it. This guy kind of had Frosty. Yeah, I'm literally chewing a piece of black licorice. I figured if I was going to have some sweets in the house, it would be best if I got the worst kind. That way I don't eat it. So I got black licorice. And I'm drinking a Zevia grape soda, which I'm trying to get rid of these. I like them, but I don't want to buy them anymore. So I'm trying to finish them off and keep cleaning up the fridge. Anyway, this guy here, he's kind of a, I don't know, he looks kind of like a Captain America kind of character. Let's see who he is. That's Arthur Wayland, engineer. All right, well, I thought he was like the leader. Looks kind of Captain America-ish. Yeah, these are for Deep Madness. Nice. Painting skeletons is always fun. What are you snacking on over there? Yeah, they're really absorbent, the brushes. That's intended. It gives you a longer work time. Of course, with the handles, you want to be careful because you don't want the handles to absorb water. At least not at any quick rate. It will absorb some over time. It's birchwood. All right, we're just going to put some flesh tones out on our palette and mix up different flesh tones for the different characters. When you're putting paint onto a palette, it would have been smarter to use one of the older brushes than the nicer ones, but we'll just rinse it right away. We don't want to let that much paint sit on it for that long. And that should be good. Give it one more rinse. Yeah, it's like a Cthulhu horror sci-fi dungeon crawl, I think. So anyway, I'm sure you can't see all that well, but so I put some Midland Flesh from P3 there. I think this one's called, what's this one called? Moonray Flesh there. And I have some other kind of flesh tones, some shadow brown colors, mixtures of flesh tones. And I'm just going to pull from it and create different color highlights. And the reason it's so easy is because there's no wrong answer as long as it's brighter than his current face. And the reason I have multiple colors is because I want to vary the highlight color from figure to figure. I got about 5 characters here. That way they all look like they have slightly unique flesh tones, even though quite a few of them are based and washed the exact same way. If you use a different color highlight, you can kind of create that interest or variation as if you did more flesh tones without actually doing it. All you're doing is changing the highlight. And we're just tapping. I'm not even doing brush strokes really. I'm more doing like taps. So on the bridge of his nose, I'm tapping his eyelid, tap. So like along his brow, I'm basically just tapping. Gonna tap his nose, cheek, chin, maybe get his bottom lip. He doesn't have much of a bottom lip though. And this works really well if you're doing the little tapping highlight method. If your paint is pretty thin, that way it's kind of soft edges, dry, and kind of a blended look without having to blend anything. On camera though, it might look a little stark, but you got to remember on photos of miniatures, you're often looking at it much bigger than it looks in real life. Sometimes all those little brush strokes are going to show, but we don't care because this is for a board game. This highlight color I went with might be a little too chalky for his flesh tone. He kind of has a tan flesh tone. But we're going to stick with our initial plan of we don't care. This is for a board game we're trying to finish. And that's what we're going to do. So there we go. He's got a little highlight on his face. Pretty cool. This guy here, Samuel Smith, he's like a cool black dude with a cross necklace and a machine gun. He's the captain. He is just Dark Oath Flesh over the Gray Seer Primer. And we're going to use a little bit of the Dark Oak Flesh and a little bit of T'Challa Lilac. So if you're painting like an African American model, usually if you use like a lavender color to lighten your skin tone, you'll get a more realistic look. Another option, we're just going to put a little tiny bit up here in the miscellaneous pastel part of our palette. So we're putting that just right up there. And we're going to dip right in to that Dark Oath Flesh. The texture paints, I would just use whatever your most old beat up brush you got, because it's going to be hard on the brush because a lot of those texture paints have like sand and stuff in them. These would all be good for texture paint. You can tell they're all nice and mangled and beat up. Sometimes I use these to stab inside the airbrush and try to clean out any residue. But they're good for the texture paints as well. I think GW was selling some kind of little spatula to use, but I never tried that. Might be interesting though. All right, so what we're doing is we're actually taking the Dark Oath contrast paint, mixing it with just a little bit of that lavender color, the T'Challa lilac. And we got to go a little brighter on that because it didn't show up. If you only had like a Gene Stealer purple or something, you could just mix it with some white as well. And I think I need to be adding more water to my palette. My paints aren't quite as creamy or buttery as I like them. Yeah, I've never done I like to do audiobooks like about like kind of self-help topics or business stuff, or I never actually listened to much in the way of fiction. All right, so now his face has got a nice light purpley brown highlight. Put a little on his hands too. We're still just tapping the highlight on. I'm just doing this. I'm just tapping the highlight on. I'm not actually doing any brush strokes. Just kind of like Bob Ross. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. The reason for this is I want an uneven highlighted texture to it. Not like the paint's so thick it's building up nooks and crannies, but that the light isn't necessarily smooth straight lines bouncing around the model. This is not a common favorite way of painting for miniature painters. Most people really like really kind of smooth airbrush blends. But I find this way much more appealing and more fun to do. So it looks like he's highlighted his face. We're going to just knock out all the flesh on these 5 guys, and then we'll start highlighting their shirts. Let's see. Wooden coffee sticks. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. They're like thin enough that there's probably some flexion in them. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I guess there's little spatulas for smoking reefer. Heathen Hammer's in the building. What's going on? Can't tell what that little emoji is. It looks like a green person and a pink person kissing. It's so tiny on my laptop, though. Oh, yeah, you guys were talking about Bob Ross over on the Frost and Fist Friday night show. So I actually have a little Bob Ross. And let's see, I'll put him up to the microphone, see if you can hear him. Everybody be quiet now.
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
So I don't know if you guys could hear that or not, but that's pretty funny. I got that at the art museum in Milwaukee exactly 1 year ago today. Exactly as of today. Well, in 3 minutes, it'll be 1 year and 1 day. Because William Bouguereau had a show. His paintings, he's long dead, but his paintings were on display there. And after Adepticon, we went to Milwaukee, and it turned out my favorite painter, a bunch of his paintings were on tour, and I actually got to go see them all, including my favorite painting in the entire world, which is the Nymphs and the Satyr by William Bouguereau. And it was awesome, and I bought that little Bob Ross from the gift shop. So it kind of comes full circle. All right, it looks like my flesh tone area is a little bit more dried out than normal. So we may have to add water to the palette, but could anybody hear that Bob Ross bobblehead on the microphone? Oh, and the only reason I know it was exactly 1 year ago today is because of Facebook Memories. That's actually probably one of my favorite features of Facebook, is they show you what you posted a year ago. Since I've lived what I feel like are some very different lives, I like seeing the memories. Thinking, what a mess I used to be. Back in my party days. Good times. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty cool for kids that grow up with Facebook, that if their parents took a lot of photos of them while they were babies, which I assume they did, because it's Facebook and you put baby photos, they'll have so many photos of their life that they can look back on, which is pretty cool. Whereas I'm 34 and I have some baby photos and stuff, but they're actually in a photo album somewhere in my parents' house. So it's not like I could just scroll through them any day like an Instagram. So it's kind of a unique experience for younger people growing up with that kind of, I guess, documenting of their life. All right, my little heroes. Well, I got one more to highlight after this lady. Just their skin. And like I said, we're just mixing around in the little flesh tone area, picking up different colors, different variations of colors, till we find one we like, and then we're tapping the highlights on. Yeah, I always look back on my party days as really fond memories. I don't have any regrets because I feel like if I partied any less, I probably would still be partying. Whereas because I partied so hard and lost everything, it gave me a reason to stop partying, and here I am today. How fun. Whereas if I was more responsible partying, then all I would do right now is be more of a weekend warrior, where I work probably during the week and party more responsibly on the weekend, but that would basically be my whole life, which is the life I see many people living. I worked in nightclubs in Vegas, and I got to work the Playboy Club at the Palms calendar model search. And I was a party promoter for the Palms, and I got paid to work at concerts and model searches and UFC fights and stuff. And it was pretty wild. And we always had big hotel suite parties and stuff. And like all of a sudden, random B-list celebrities like Coolio would be there. Or you'd see like Pauly Shore or somebody hanging out. I kind of lucked out though. I wasn't ever really into doing drugs. So I just more of a drinker. So I lasted pretty long in my party days. But it still all came to an end eventually. All right, this guy looks like a straight up goblin or ghoul, not goblin. He's so gray, but I can see a difference of face, highlight, and shadow. So we're going to say that's good enough. Yeah, I think I have my phone in my pocket. So if you send them over, I can check them. I don't know if I've ever actually used Instagram on a computer. I assume it's possible, though. All right, so all their little faces are done. I highly suspect once I matte coat them, they're good to go. All of them, just perfectly done. But we're going to give them a little more highlight. And what I'm looking for is like Ushabti Bone. Okay, there, Screaming Skull will work. Ooh, this is some goopy paint. This is I actually like GW's paint. It doesn't, but man, look at, that is some nice packaging. How gummed up that is in there. I like most companies' paint, really. I don't have too much of a preference. I use them all. You can see I have Scale 75, Pro Acryl, GW, Vallejo, Army Painter, Turbo Dork, P3, Minotaur over there. I got a lot of them. And if you're using a wet palette, these pots absolutely 100% don't matter at all, except for the fact that they dry out paint in the lid like that. Because I'm only opening this to take paint off of this and put it on here. And doing that with a paintbrush or with a dropper bottle really doesn't make much difference. All right, we put some Screaming Skull on there. And I think we need to reintroduce some white, because our white, just for fun, we've been using Rotten White Vallejo Game Effects. I have no idea what the effect of this paint is supposed to be. Maybe I should message Vallejo. Just seems like thick white paint, which actually makes it pretty good on the wet palette for when you're just using touches of it to lighten colors. The thickness of it doesn't matter. And it doesn't run anywhere, which is nice. And while we're mixing, we went back to the bigger size brush. I'm just going to lighten up that bone color. That way I have the pure Screaming Skull bone plus a lighter version, just in case one of them's not light enough. Hey, we got 5 people in the chat. We're super popular today. I guess maybe because I'm not starting at 4 in the morning. Yeah, right before the lockdown or all non-essential businesses closing, I picked up a couple things from the local game store just to support. I didn't need them, but I got 2 red GW handles. I thought these were limited edition for Christmas, but they had them. So I don't know if they're always in stock or not. But now I got 3 paint handles, which is cool. And mainly I just got 2 more because I was working on eliminators for a little commission. Where now I imagine next time I work on a squad of 5 guys, I'm going to want to go buy 2 more. I guess that's how they get you. Although I don't think I'd ever need more than 5. Even though the Eldar I will be working on in squads of 10 at a time. What I'm doing is putting a pretty extreme highlight on these models. Like their faces, the skin, their vest. This is intentional. Because they're board game models, I want to make them pop. And I also don't want to spend a ton of time on them. You know, I'm spending a pretty reasonable amount of time, but nothing so crazy that anybody couldn't do. And I'm really letting the contrast and washes and stuff sell it. The captain here's got a big duffel bag, and we're just putting, it might be a little too much. If you're just putting some little highlights on something just to give it a little bit of interest to try to make it pop with some real minimal effort, try to make sure those highlights are on the sharp edges, but also right next to wherever the dark wash pooled up. So you get a little more bang for your buck if you put your highlight right next to a dark wash pool area. And yeah, these guys are done, or easily could be called done, and I could move on to the next project, but I don't know. This isn't taking really any extra effort or time. I mean, it's a little bit extra effort and time, I guess, but it's pretty minimal. Just putting a highlight right on it. Okay, that looks good. All right, so we got the bone color highlighted. I don't think I'm going to highlight their pants and stuff. They're all wearing like, I tried to reuse this Pterodon turquoise. So basically all their pants, if they have normal pants, are wearing Pterodon turquoise. I think, oh, maybe, yeah, I think they'll be fine without highlighting that. Now I'm going to highlight their shoulders. Yeah. So I'm going to highlight their shoulders. And that way, when you're playing the board game, you'll be looking down on them. And they'll look like they pop without highlighting the whole model, like their pants and stuff. And it just so happens this guy's shoulders are Pterodon turquoise. So if we like this, maybe we'll end up highlighting his pants a little bit, but I don't think so. Perfect. All right, maybe since she doesn't have, yeah, well, we're going to give her just a little bit of this highlight on her leg that's forward. The magic of all this will be sold when I hit them with the matte coat. All of a sudden, it'll be like, hey, that looks pretty cool. Even though right now, it doesn't look like anything too crazy. Cool, cool, cool. All right, put a little on this guy's shirt and we'll call that done. Oh, he's got kind of the pop collar. Not really pop collar, but his collar's coming out over his jacket. All right, let me finish this highlight here and then I'll check over for those pictures if he sent them. So I'm thinking I might stay up until 7 in the morning or whatever and watch that GW preview. Probably won't stream the whole time, but you know, maybe around 5 or so, put on a movie and then at 7 come back and watch. Anybody else plan on staying up and watching? All right, that's done. And we created the highlight. So Pterodon Turquoise over Gray Seer was the base coat. And the highlight was literally Pterodon Turquoise with some white paint mixed in. A little bit of white paint, a little bit of that to just kind of create a highlight of that color, even though it's a contrast. So now we got the highlight, the midtone, and the shadow all from the same pot of paint. All right, let me catch up on the chat here. Oh, I'm a little far behind. Sorry about that. Jeremy R., what up? I need to do my taxes still. They're way more, well, actually I'm missing a 1099 and a W-2, which isn't ideal for April 4th. So I think there's some kind of extension with the thing going, but yeah, with the virus, painting models definitely good times. Yeah, I got a model with tentacles. All I need is warp dust. I got this thing here. This is, I think, the big bad guy from Deep Madness. I assume he's the final boss. He's the biggest model in the box. All right. Inquisitor Zane sent the photos. I'll check those in 1 second. Let me catch up on the chat. Question is, how much time do you think went into each one? All right, we'll see. You haven't dunked it overnight and all. Yeah. Oh, really? You work in a hospital? I would think the hospitals are all super busy. Mazok74 joined. What's going on, man? Or lady? Yeah, Frosted and Fist. Meet those. Last time I just woke up and did a. Last time I woke up, purposely didn't check my phone, turned on the camera, and then did a live reaction video. So that one was pretty good, I think. Not like it broke the internet or nothing, but it had some value, I think. Oh yeah, the Age of Sigmar Giant faction. I know some of the Age of Sigmar content creators that I still watch have been talking about that. I haven't actually had any interest in playing Age of Sigmar in a while now, but I do still like watching some of the other people talk about it. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily matter for me right now what time I wake up. I went to the grocery store today. I literally could probably go 30 days without leaving the house. As long as eventually I'd have to switch to drinking tap water. I'd run out of drinking water, but I have plenty of food and stuff. So at this point, it doesn't necessarily matter what time I get up or go to bed. So I'm thinking about maybe staying up for it. I always like to see new Necromunda stuff, even though I've been a little bitter on the way I have to buy $50 rulebooks every 3 months. But I do think Necromunda is really cool. I think we'll see those new Primaris Space Marines, the Land Speeder and the Bikers. Unless those were conversions that were leaked a long time ago. It's like a real blurry photo, but you could tell there were some new models in there. They could be conversions of some upcoming White Dwarf like Kit Bash Army article, but if not, we'll find out. They'll show them at the preview if they're real, I think, because that potato photo has been out for a long time. Also, 8.5 or 9th edition 40K people have been talking about. This would be basically a cleaning up of some of the rules and a plug-in rule book that still uses all the same Psychic Awakening and codexes and stuff. But, I think if you go back and, if you don't look up the beta rules and the chapter approved rules changes, according to the rules, you could still, there's no rule of 3. You could deep strike turn 1, a lot of those things that nobody plays with anymore. And, but if you had just bought the box game, you would just think that's how it's played. So I could see a 9th edition, which would be more like an 8.5 of just cleaning all that up with a rule book. What's July 17th? 13 days before my birthday. What country are you in? Oh, county. Sorry. I see. I thought you said your country only has one real patient. The Dark Knight Yeet is back in the building. Yeah, I think those Primaris. So if you've seen the kind of leaked photo, the bikers look like there's 2 riders, like a gunner on the back and a driver, which is cool. So we'll see if that comes out. Also, yeah, it would be cool if maybe they had some rules that worked well with the White Scars, so you could do a Primaris biker army. The freaking White Scars got, like, I'm not super familiar with their supplement, but it feels like they have almost no real reason for the Primaris stuff. Like, it seems like maybe you want assault guys and bikers, things like that, which Primaris don't have. Jump pack guys. Assuming they already showed all of the new AdMech stuff, which is a lot coming out. So if there's any more, they'll have to show it. Probably because that's supposed to come out soon. But with the with this shutdown, like GW cranks out stuff every single week. Like there's almost no, a slow week for them is like one Black Library book comes out or like a Lord of the Rings kit. But they're doing like 1 to 5 kits a week. And now with this potential 4, 5, 6 week of no releases during the shutdown, that's either a ton of stuff backed up because it's already been in production or whatever. Either a ton of stuff they're going to have to start dumping every weekend, like now there's 12 releases every weekend, or they get a chance to get some breathing room and just still continue on their same weekly release schedule, but they'll have everything will be pushed back 5 weeks, I guess. I would love to see an Emperor's Children book come out. I don't know if I buy into it, but I would love to see them out on the battlefield. They're so cool. Slaanesh is the king. Darky is painting his 1,000 Suns. Good job. Yeah, the AdMech release looks so awesome, but because I want to work on my Eldar this year, I won't be buying them. Whereas before I would always buy things immediately when they get released and then just put them in my closet or whatever. All right, I'm going to go over here and check out Inquisitor Zane's. Looks like you spilled a bunch of Nuln Oil on your desk, Inquisitor Zane. Hold on, I got... Yeah, looking good. Looks like you Nuln Oiled them, hit them with some red. Just a guess, you painted them, maybe primed them red, picked out the details, and then hit the whole model with some Nuln Oil? And then spilled it all over your desk? What? The pictures you sent, though, like the whatever that glossy black stuff is on your desk, it's like reflecting so much light into the camera lens. Or that's also white paint on your desk. What's going on over there? Are you partying? Yeah, it's crazy too because there's still like GW's like got about 5 weeks of downtime, and they're still like showing these previews and elves and AdMech and all this stuff. And I mean, it's so far behind actually getting released now. I'm going to add a little water to my wet palette here. On these wet palettes, see if I can hold it up. So you see the sponge here. It's not super wet. Over there is pretty dry, actually. Underneath the sponge, I have pennies. Pennies are, what are they? Antifungal or whatever. They help prevent mold because having a wet sponge with paint and stuff. these can get moldy. You don't want that. Also, I use distilled water. I buy a gallon of distilled water. It lasts for a year or more. And I only use distilled water in here. That way, there's less likelihood of some kind of contaminant or food particle getting into here and creating a big moldy mess. Still, it smells fine. These can stink. Mine doesn't. So those are some tips. When I do change the paper, I'll hit it with 91% alcohol and I'll clean the plastic. I'll hit the sponge with the alcohol just in case anything was sneaking in. And then usually I kind of do a bunch of rubbing alcohol without the paper and I kind of let that naturally evaporate out. I do not have any Dark Mechanicus on my laptop. Nice. Did you do a coat of like Nuln Oil over them? All right, so for this lady's green shirt, I'm going to actually use, I don't know if people have shown you this, but I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to use the Contrast Militarum Green, which is her shirt. A little bit on the brush. I'm just going to put it over here in the green side, somewhere that looks relatively dry. I'm going to take some white, mix it in, boom, there's the highlight. Don't be afraid to just mix regular paint in with your contrast paint if you're trying to create a highlight. Plus, with the contrast paint, it's so fluid, it makes a really good mix. Not only do you make your highlight color, but you also thin it out. And I just so happen to be using like my thickest white paint, but no, I mean, it would work with any. I'm just using that rotten white from Vallejo Game Effects because I have no idea what it's supposed to do. And when eventually it runs out, I'll throw it away. And I don't think I'll buy it again. Although I do like it, but I like buying new stuff. And I'm just switching back to the big brush here. I was using the small brush, but a lot of these highlights are pretty simple because I'm tapping the highlights on, like tap, tap, tap. Very rarely I'll do like a little, that kind of motion to hit a little. So let's say, you were going down the arm, and you're doing like a swoop back, swoop back, swoop. If that makes sense. Nothing too crazy, just putting the highlight right under where her hair meets her jacket, just to separate that even further. And we'll put a little bit on the front of her jacket. And that's done. Easy. Easy, easy peasy. All right, the next ones we have Samuel Smith here is wearing a black shirt. We're going to just hit it with some dark, dark gray and call it a day. And we're basically, if you see my shirt here, we're just going to highlight shoulder, shoulder, and then like a big U shape on his chest. I don't even know if we'll do any on the stomach, just to keep the shirt black. Yep, we're not doing the stomach. All right, that's good. Anyway, that black shirt's getting close to his necklace. I want to leave a darkness around the necklace. That way it pops. All right, we're saying that's good. Now this next one, actually these next two, they're both wearing a purple jacket, which is like Magos purple from Contrast Paints. And because it's going to be hard to find a highlight color for this, we're going to take Magos purple and add some white to it, and that's how we're going to do it. But the Magos purple actually leaves quite a bit of natural highlight from just the way it works as a contrast paint. So this one's not going to need a whole lot, but we are going to just pick out any top parts just to make anything pop a little bit. Oh, it looks like I'm behind in the chat again. One thing about using the dirty old wet palette and not changing your paper very often is sometimes you kind of are pulling up some dry paint on your palette. Or not necessarily dry, but just old. So you just got to be aware, but it's no big deal. But if you were trying to win Golden Demon, could be a big deal. So make sure you're paying attention, because although it's not going to bother me if I get a little lump on some of these models, I'm talking a small, tiny lump. When you're competing for like a Golden Demon, obviously they look for perfectly smooth blends with like no brush strokes, which is not really my style. Blending everything out is very tedious. We're painting, to me, it seems more painterly to just be layering and creating some little textures with your brush. Purple shade in the Nagrax. Oh, okay, so that's on the cloak. Chaos Knights in Lord Discordant. What was it? Hey kids, get ready, Dirk. Yeah, for sure. The Lord Discordant is like a Tech Priest Dominus on a monster. In this case, this guy's got some little funky shoulder pad thing. So we're just going to mix any random color. We're going with kind of a mint color here. I'm just going to pick those out real quick. I know what you're thinking when the hero's wearing a purple jacket with mint colored shoulder pads. You know he's a badass. It would be smart to switch to my smaller brush for this, but I'm not gonna. And it looks good. I don't think we even messed up. I don't think I messed up. Cool. And that just gives him one extra little color variation in his jacket. And actually, we're going to take almost pure white paint and just highlight the centers of those little mint shoulder pads. And this is just a quick way to avoid any kind of, oh, I think I just messed up. Oh well. Life goes on. Yeah, give it an extra color on the model, give it a quick highlight. No need to wash it or nothing, it's done. Yeah, I think they're looking like they're done. If you wanted to go back and highlight them, but you were mentioning you did not want to highlight. So I think they're just about done, probably. I think these guys are done. I think they're done. I'm looking at them, they look cool. This is a, oh, hold on. One lady has a flashlight. So we need to take our thick, rotten white, and we're just going to blob it in. All right, so now she's got a white lens on our flashlight, and then we'll probably take some kind of yellow ink or something and just put it over that white to create like her little flashlight effect. But yeah, I think these are all done. So let's catch up on the chat. Yeah, Billy Madison. You're thinking Happy Gilmore. Billy Madison's the one where he goes back to school. Happy Gilmore's the tap, tap, tap. Just tap it in. Nice arm. The new Armon. Did you put him on disc or on foot? Dark Knight. He's a really cool model. I wouldn't mind painting one of those up one day, maybe to try and sell on eBay. It's hard though to paint up and sell GW models on eBay because they load so much detail into them, and the models are fairly expensive. You know, they could be, especially a character like Armon, $30-$40. Whereas, let's say this, you paint Armon and sell them for like $80 and you make like $40 profit. Whereas you paint like this Owlbear for D&D and you sell them for $45 and you make $40 profit, and he has no detail. You just make him, you know, paint him cool and do a cool base, pick out what details he has, and people want to play with nicely painted D&D miniatures. So financially, it makes way more sense to work on D&D models if you're painting them to sell them. I know you're not doing that and you play Thousand Suns, but just a thought if you ever decide to start trying to paint and sell stuff. Let me go up. I missed something here. Yeah. The Golden Demons, like, I feel like it's a contest of like cleanliness, like perfection and cleanliness. Like no mold lines of any kind. Of course, that's probably true for all painting competitions, but like a stylistic weathered model never seems to be like a highly refined, like smooth blended model. Oh, I don't know how long they took. I had no idea. Maybe depends. If you I don't know. Depends on how much you sit and work on them. I imagine if you just base coated them one at a time using each color in a row, maybe 3 hours. Unless you're really cranking them out, then maybe an hour. And then you put some wash on, put them aside, let them dry. Yeah, well, to be fair, Harold, the flesh eaters are basically little naked ghouls, so they're pretty quick to paint. And then you got to go in and pick out their pubes and their chains and their bones. They have a lot of like bones. They're all hunched over with like bones pierced through their back and exposed spines. But if you knocked out all the skin, picked out all the bones, their little hair or fin type stuff, and then washed them all. Yeah, if you're trying to sell anything painted on eBay, D&D is a solid way to go. I've sold, even if you paint a Warhammer character and just make sure you title it as also a D&D character, because you'll be more likely to get it. When people are buying 2,000 point armies, they don't want to spend $40, $50, $60 plus the cost of the model all the time. You know, there's less people. But for D&D, I mean, if you bought the player's handbook for, I don't know, $20 to $40 is probably the price, assuming it goes on sale on Amazon and stuff, or $30 at your local game store. So you bought your book for $30, say. You bought your dice for $10. Of course, you know, you probably have 1,000 dice. This is like a D&D player. But after that, they have about zero expenses for their game. So when their buddies running a new campaign and they want to play a Golden Paladin, and it's only going to cost them $50, 30, 40, $50 to get that Golden Paladin, I think they're more likely to spend it because they're going to spend nothing on actually playing the game. And D&D can last so long. Like, they could get a lot of use out of one model. I've sold a lot of things on eBay for painted models. I have a bunch of halflings up right now, and I raised the price quite a bit. None of them have sold, but I was just seeing if I could get a little bit more for my models. I think I'll start dropping the price a little bit. But I'm in no hurry because I like having painted halflings on my shelf. Nice. I actually have a video up on my channel about my Thousand Sons Demon Prince that I converted using the Reaper Bones Griffin to give him like the bird head and bird wings. I think it's got 1,000 views now or something like that. Yeah, that's one thing about like these little board game miniatures I'm working on right now is a lot of it's just washes and dry time. I'm not doing a whole lot. Like you saw, I highlighted all of them, not every single detail in every single spot, but I highlighted 5 models in not that much time, I don't think. I think we're going to apply some darker green washes to the tips of this guy's tentacles. He is Plague Bear Flesh. So I think we're going to go Orc Flesh towards the tips. I don't know if I've even used this one yet. So we'll see what happens. It looks really, really dark. So what I might do, I'm going to grab one of my trusty bottle caps here. I'm going to put some contrast medium into that bottle cap and just use that if I need to extend, pull around the orc flesh. So I don't want to take away everything I did. Yeah, this orc flesh is much more powerful than the Plague Bear flesh color. Would have been good to use actually when the Plague Bear flesh was still wet. That way there would have been a more natural mixing. But we're just using the contrast medium to basically decrease the intensity of the green and hopefully make it look a little more naturally blended in. Yeah, I'm actually getting excited because I'm getting closer to finishing all my work in progress stuff. And I don't know what I'm going to work on. I definitely am going to finish my Squad of Dire Avengers. Then I'm thinking maybe something else, Eldar. Or maybe my Creature Caster, Keeper of Secrets. That could be cool. All right, so basically just put some green on all the tips of his body there. And now what we're going to do, I think we're going to use, what are we going to use? I'm going to add a darker shadow into the folds of his rolling kind of stomach area. I think we want to go purple brown. Not 100% sure. What maybe we'll. All right, this is what we're gonna do. Maybe let's see if the purple. All right, we're gonna use Games Work or Army Painter Red Tone. And we're gonna put it in our water bottle cap. Then we're going to put a drop or two of transparent burnt sienna from Liquitex. Oh, have a good night. Mythos. Off to bed. Yeah, Always love, though, working on the Slaanesh. I have 20 Seekers that I should probably finish. Basically, the mounts are almost done, and then I got to paint all the Demonettes. But I'm not really sold on my color scheme. But I'm going to use Quick Shade Wash Mixing Medium. Normally, I would use Vallejo Flow Improver right now, but I just realized I still have this bottle, and I wouldn't mind getting rid of it. So every time we use it is a little chance to get rid of it. All right, now we're going to mix this all up. Looks that's what we got. I think that's going to be okay. We're going to water it down even more, though, just with our dirty paint cup water. Yeah, I never time my painting. I don't really know how much anything takes. I do know when I charge $15 a model for painting Eliminators, it's not enough because I take more time on it than that. Basically, what I'm doing now is I'm just going to put this kind of brown into all the recesses, not over the whole model, but I'm not worried if it spills over because this is a rolling horror demon thing. So colors can certainly bleed into each other. But what this is doing is warming up the shadows and just giving it a little bit more interest. It was just Skeleton Horde over Grey Seer Primer, and now with just this little mix, we're giving a little more interest. This could be done very easily with like a watered down Reikland Flesh Shade, which I notice now right as I'm putting it on. I don't see terribly much difference than if I had just used Reikland Flesh Shade. But that transparent burnt sienna, hopefully that transparent quality makes this look a little more naturally blended in. I think it's looking pretty good. A lot of the monsters in this board game, I really painted them fast. I don't know on exact times, but I do know it was mostly just dry time because they were mostly contrast paint and washes. And then I was going to maybe go back and highlight them. So once they're all done, I think I'll pull them all out, maybe apply some highlights to just a few areas to make any of the monsters just pop a little bit more, hit them all with the matte coat, and then move on with my life. And then after the quarantine, get a chance to play this game with some friends. All right, cool. Now, since we just got more of this wash still, for no reason other than we still have it, I'm going to load up the brush. It's really loaded. And I'm going to fill in his mouth hole just to create some weird dark variations of color. He has a lot of teeth. And we'll actually pull it out over his tongue just to keep altering the colors. We want the tongue to be different than the color of his big head. And although this doesn't change it drastically, it's a start. Cool. All right. And since we still got some left in our little cup here, and we still got this Piranha car for Gaslands, this is kind of a rusty color, so maybe we'll see what it does, and we'll just apply it on some of this car. It's not doing a whole lot. And this is just hopefully just going to create some interest in this crappy Piranha car. All we're worried about is making it weird and dirty and interesting. And it'll just naturally look okay, especially for the game. And he actually looks pretty cool already. He's almost done. I'm going to highlight the red at some point. Yeah, I'll paint your 150 tactical Marines, but it's $15 per Marine. $30 to $50 per character, depending. I wanted to do the Demonettes in like the normal like pink, but like flesh tones. I want them to look like real, I guess, like kind of flesh tones, but with kind of the deep red claws. I'll show you. Let me get. This was an early. Sorry for the extreme close-up. This was like an early work in progress. I haven't done the full flesh tones yet on them. This is basically the underpainting of pale flesh with blues and purples, and then I would do like the pinks on it, and then I'll do the maroon will be turned into like reds. This is one of my favorite models ever. So cool. This is the Pincer Demon from Creature Caster. A lot of people don't think this is the best one they make, but I do. And then he has a weird base. Well, I'll show you. I don't think you were here for the last one. So I made this big, crazy base for him. And I actually made it out of old ordnance templates. 2 ordnance templates glued together. So anyway, he was going to be on this giant watery base somewhere stuck in like that. It's going to be cool. And then I got this really crazy idea, which I like quite a bit. It might be dusty. So I was working on my Slaanesh guys. I know we can't see all that well, but use my hat to try to frame it. But anyway, I did the bases like torn up flesh. So you can, it's probably hard to see, but there's like blood for the blood god type effects and like pustules and stuff. So the idea was that they're running across, well, they're getting really dusty. I haven't worked on them in a while. So I had 20 of these to this level. And the idea is like they're basically running across a field of meat, like human flesh or whatever. So if you see the really gruesome bases, see like the wound, basically I try to paint like wounds in like meat. And then to go even further, which I haven't tried it yet, and I now, I bought black static grass. So on my meat field bases, I'm hoping this looks like body hair. So it's like this really horrific scene of like these demons pouring out of like the warp, but the warp is like, you know, just spilling out, meat, human flesh or whatever. So they're going to look super crazy and gruesome. I was really excited. But then the rules are so bad. in 40K. I lost like all motivation. They're just terrible. Like doing these, I was going to do an all Slaanesh Demon army. And then I started, okay, maybe I'll ally in some knights. But I kind of lost motivation on it. Plus, I wanted to do like 60 Seekers of Slaanesh, and I got through like 20, and it felt like it was taking forever, and I'm only halfway done. I haven't even started the Riders. And then I was just like, oh, God. So I do want to finish those 20, and whatever happens to them, we'll find out. But I think the bases in the army would look really cool once it's all done because of how gross it will look. It will really make people stop and look. Yeah, the Demonettes, the Seekers themselves are kind of like a terracotta, like brick color with kind of a Bugman's Glow flesh highlight. And then the tops of them are kind of like a shadowy gray, blue kind of color. Shade for blue paint, Draconoth Nightshade from GW, but you're going to probably need to water it down like 50-50 because it's so strong. It'll make your blue so dark. Another option is blue tone from Army Painter. You'll also probably want to thin this out with either water, flow improver, mixing medium, whatever. Because it's also very, very powerful. You could use something like one of the blue contrast paints thinned out, like a darker blue, darker version of what you were going to do blue. If you're just targeting it in the recesses, you could use even, I mean, you could even use Nuln Oil or something and then just highlight back up to the blue. Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, I don't know if that's in a movie or something, but maybe, what's that, Event Horizon or something. It's got to be a movie where somebody walks into a room, Hellraiser maybe. Sounds like something that could be in Hellraiser. But yeah, I think the Demonette, I think my Slaanesh army would look really cool, but when I lost the motivation to finish it to play, because I did a whole bunch of Slaanesh videos on tactics and the rules, and I was going to play them for a really long time until I got good with them and just never even finished the first unit of 20 guys. Yeah, with the those bases, I believe I used Industrial Thick Mud from Vallejo. It's not really gritty like the asphalt one. It's possible I used brown mud. I think I used the thick mud. And then I just tried to smooth it out. And then after it dried for a little bit, you know, smooth it out a little bit, create areas where I'm going to make them like gouged wounds. I used like the little straws that come with your paintbrushes to like, after it dries for a little bit, to push in the like pustules into the base, and then just painted it like flesh tone with like flesh colors and Agrax washes and drying blood washes and stuff like that. And actually, it's been quite a while since I did those 20 bases, so it'd actually probably be a little difficult to duplicate now for the whole army, which I don't know if I took pictures of what I did. I'm pretty sure I did Midland Flesh. I think I did P3's Midland Flesh, and then did a whole coat of Gilliman Flesh, maybe? I have all three. I have Gilliman, Dark Oath, and Fire Slayer. And oh yeah, Gilliman looks the most used. Fire Slayer's pretty used too. I think I did a wash of Gilliman, then a selective wash of like Agrax Earthshade to pick out some darker areas, and then picked out the blood and stuff. Yeah, I think it'd be awesome if they showed some new Noise Marines. That would maybe, although usually when there's like if there was an Emperor's Children Codex, they wouldn't necessarily work well with the demon side, which I wish they did. Like the Death Guard don't really have much reason to bring Plague Bearers. It feels like allies, although some of their stuff interacts with each other. So an Emperor's Children Codex, but what I would maybe prefer if it was kind of almost like Sigmar style book where it was like Emperor's Children plus the Demons of Slaanesh all in one book, and then some reasons why you would mix and match. But yeah, new Noise Marines would be cool. I feel like it's pretty unlikely that they just made one special edition Noise Marine for that like birthday one or whatever. They did the funny video. I just don't know. I can't imagine they just did one, but feels like they might have been working on Noise Marines and then we're like, hey, let's put out a nostalgia one. Yeah, the Demonettes or the Cultists were really good for a while too in 8th edition. They kind of nerfed them down a bit, but they had pretty much all the benefits of being a Chaos Space Marine with half or less than half the points. But they still got all the stratagems and stuff. Now I don't think they do, and I think they went up in points. But yeah, the Slaanesh, so it seemed like I could just picture like I'm playing against Igard. If I go first, well, first of all, if I play him once and he sets up on the line, I might make some first turn charges. If he knows that I can make first turn charges, then he's going to back up his army, and now I can't make first turn charges. And then I go first, run forward, he goes, annihilates everything. My turn, whatever's left, I try to get into charge. And then his turn, he finishes off everything, potentially. And then if he goes first, he annihilates all my fastest stuff. And then I get to the halfway board or meet up with some really puddly 40-point guard squads in the middle of the board. And then his second turn, he kills me. So it just felt like there was going to be some problems. Then I thought, well, maybe I could combine the Slaanesh speed with the new Chaos Knights because they can be really fast too. Or you could combine them with like the Lord Discordant, like super run across the board build. So that way, kind of an overload of threats. Like, okay, you can shoot the Keeper of Secrets or the Chaos Knight Gallant or the Discordant, or the Seekers, all these different things that could run across the board lightning fast. So that's kind of an interesting idea, like an overload of valuable targets. And I think the actual Seekers did go down in points in the most recent chapter approved. So they're a little bit better. I think they were 19. Now I think they're 17. But they're just 2 wound, toughness 3. So they're not, they got some attacks and stuff, but toughness 3, 5 up invul, not exactly super survivable in the world of bolter drill and 80 shot units. Okay, cultists are still 4 points. Yeah, the demon hallway sounds gross. There's actually a lady at the local game store that has a really crazy converted Slanesh army with all kinds of wieners and butts and stuff sculpted on them out of green stuff. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I saw that Artel Miniatures make some pretty cool alternate Eldar sculpts. I would love for a preview Swooping Hawks. They're my favorite. That's what I think I might actually paint next. I think after the Dire Avengers, I do my unit of 10 Swooping Hawks. Because I love Swooping Hawks. So while I'm still early in painting the Eldar and willing to meticulously paint gemstones and stuff, maybe I should knock out a unit of beautiful Swooping Hawks. That's probably what I'll do. So I finished the Deep Madness. I got a couple Gaslands cards I want to finish. My Dire Avengers. I might finish the Halfling Blood Bowl team before the Swooping Hawks. Or maybe I'll do the Swooping Hawks. And then, if it's still quarantine time, I guess maybe I work on those Slanesh Demonette Riders. The problem, too, with the Slanesh Seekers, like the Demon Nets on Seeker, good lord, are they so awful to store and transport. Like, you can't really use foam trays because they're so spindly and wild, take up so much space in a foam tray that it's not really efficient. Because right now I have a magnetized piece of metal. I guess that's what I have to do, is a big Tupperware with a cookie tray in the bottom or something. Hey, the dark yellow. Is that Slogan? Slogan, are you the dark yellow? I can't remember. Yeah, the Helldrake could be cool too. I own the Chaos Knight Codex though, and I don't own the Chaos Space Marine Codex, so that's why I was looking at the Knights. Slogan's in the building. Are you on call for work right now and painting, or just off and painting? Yeah, I'm in Arizona, Phoenix. I actually just went to the grocery store today and tried to make sure I don't have to leave the house until next Saturday. I will have to leave once at least to drop off something at the post office. But my food situation, I have enough food to last me a very long time, but like drinking water and fresh produce doesn't last more than about 7 days. Yeah, I'm working on Deep Madness miniatures. And that's about, some Gasland cars. Maybe we'll create the highlight for our little piranha here. So we are going to mix red rum, which is a turbo dirt color, which is the color I use to base coat the piranha. He's been washed and stuff quite a bit now. But we're going to use red rum. And I think we're going to, what are we going to put in there? Okay, I don't know. Red rum. I'm going to mix something into the red rum. Oh, wow, that pane is not closed. I'm going to mix a color into the red rum to create the highlight for my piranha car. Now, the thought would be, of course, I could mix another metallic paint and keep it metallic. Yeah, what are you gonna make Frito pies? Okay, I'm pretty sure I use red rum. Yeah. Not ground as lava. Okay, red rum. We got red rum. And we're gonna just mix in a drop. Is this open? All right, just for the heck of it. Wait, why do I have two? Oh, this is thick. We're gonna mix a drop of orange Neo, which is a Vallejo FX fluorescent. So it's probably about 4-to-1. There's no guarantee I'm using this mix. It might be worthless, but we're gonna mix it up and see what happens. I'm gonna thin it out with a little bit of that red brown wash I used just a minute ago. And maybe a little bit of water. And I'm using a really beat up brush here. And it looks like our, I think I might sponge this on. I haven't used a little sponge in a while. All right, we're gonna take a sponge, rip off a piece. Basically fold it in our fingertips like that. Load it up with paint, dab it onto a paper towel till we get off the majority, kind of like dry brushing with a sponge here. And I'm just gonna apply it on my piranha. Selectively, where maybe his red paint is a little dinged up. And it's not quite noticeable enough for it to be a highlight. So what we're gonna do next, I'm gonna go ahead and mix in a drop of Bloody Red from Game Air. I actually haven't eaten meat in over a year. All right, now it looks a little more, it looks like a true red though. So I'm not 100%, yeah, whatever, it's a Gaslands car, who cares? That's what you gotta tell yourself. When you're painting Gaslands cars, you say, whatever, it's a Gaslands car, who cares? Slap some paint on it and move on with your life. That's what I've been doing, and all of them have looked pretty cool so far. Okay, this is better. But still, I think more noticeable would be better. All right, now we're gonna mix, oh, let's go with this one. Sunny Skin Tone. Now we're gonna mix in a drop of Sunny Skin Tone. Oh, I should have used some of this Sunny Skin Tone on my highlights for my skins I was doing earlier. It's a nice color. I'm gonna use this one in a while. Okay, we added too much Sunny Skin Tone. So now instead of a red highlight, oh, and then I dropped it. Instead of a red highlight, we have just this pink skin tone. Oh, it would have worked fine. So now we're gonna bring it back. We'll bring it back. We're gonna mix in some Inktense Red. I don't know if that's going to do it. I don't know if that's going to do the trick here. Oh, yeah, that worked. Cool. Cool. All right, we're getting somewhere. Let's try that. Yeah, I might actually reset up the. Here's my color now. It's much redder. I might just set up the camera to be facing downward, just so people can actually see more what I'm working on than what I'm talking about, or instead of looking at me talking about working on stuff. And we're still using the sponge. Then I gotta get adjusted to actually painting like under the camera though, whereas normally I just am painting all over the place. But most of this is just for self motivation, really. Instead of sitting here watching little YouTube videos and interviews with comedians and stuff, putting the stream on helps me actually start painting. It's like, oh, I put the stream on and then I have to paint for the people watching. And it's been working really well for that. So thank you everybody for watching, keeping me painting. All right, it took a long time to get here, but my sponged on red highlight is pretty cool. As always, it's impossible to see. Too much light. And that one spot looks a little extreme. There we go. Cool. Yeah, we'll put him to the side. Oh yeah, he's looking good. I think he's about done. Maybe we'll paint his wheels tonight and finish him up. I got this station wagon too that needs more than just a bone wash. Station wagon with a ram and maybe a turret, heavy machine gun or something. Or front mounted machine gun, pretty cool. What are you working on tonight, Slaw? Yeah, I actually do have a Panasonic like DSLR or whatever, mirrorless, kind of nicer camera over there. I've never even turned it on. I don't know how to use it. But I did buy it for YouTube. And then after I finished shipping my Kickstarter last year, I was going to learn how to use it. I bought it with the original Kickstarter money. And then now I have another Kickstarter to ship, and I just haven't wanted to fiddle around with it. Pigman. That sounds cool. All right, this big monster here, he's got a big purple head. We're going to picture it like a sphere. So towards the top of the sphere, we're going to highlight it. And I think we're going with Tuscarora fur. And we're going to do this with the Ghost Dry brush. Woo, the small one. I think I need a napkin or something to wipe the paint on. All right. Oh, that's not bright enough. I don't want to mix this color. All right, we're German orange. All right, I don't know what I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to highlight it with pink horror, but my pink horror is just a blob of dried out crap. So we're going to stab this brush in there and see if we can come up with anything. Nope. All right, so we don't, that's in the garbage now. We no longer own pink horror. That's fine. What do we got here? Pink from Vallejo Mecca. Too pink. And I think we're gonna have to mix this one. I was hoping to avoid the mixing. Let me see what else I got. Hold on. What do I got? What's down here? Carnal pink. What's this? All right, well, and what's this German orange color? It's pretty goopy. Okay. We're going to do it the old-fashioned way. I'm going to take the Lupus Pink, which is the color I base coated his head with. And I'm going to take Pink from Vallejo Mecca. And mix them together. And then hopefully that creates a decent I should have used a different brush. Cool. All right, so we've created a highlight of contrast paint and mecha paint mixed together. And we were going to dry brush it, but now my brush is so wet. I think I'm going to wet brush. And I'm just going to softly try to aim this at the raised areas towards the top of the sphere. And it does still have some of that contrast paint quality where it's going to try and go into the recesses. That's okay, because this is a board game miniature. So it's no big deal. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, that's cool. Looks good. I think we will rinse the brush. All right, now we're going to add more Mecha Pink. And we're going to do it again. More selectively in smaller and smaller areas each time. Yeah, if you if you want to get in on the Kickstarter, just message me on Kickstarter platform and I can do it through PayPal as a late pledge. So you don't have to miss out if you don't want to. Of course, I know right now the world's so crazy. All right, now we're going to mix a German orange, which is a really weird color in just because we have a little drop of it out. And we're just picking out some areas. And now we're gonna rinse the brush, wipe it off, and then with just a kind of a damp dry brush here, we're just gonna tap at that pink highlight and see if we can't let the edges of it blend a little bit. Give it a little bit more of a natural look. Perfect. Oh, not right there though. All right, now it's cool. Maybe pull it down a little farther than we originally thought. Cool, that looks kind of cool. Yeah, the stream is booming tonight. Sometimes it's just me and Zane, or me and the Dark Knight. I don't know if he's still here, or if he got lost in the warp with his thousand suns. I want to see this Pigman, Slaw. Who makes the Pigman? Is it a D&D model? Reaper Bones? Wrath of Kings. I'm not familiar. I don't remember who's Wrath of Kings. One thing with the Ghost dry brushes, they're very, very absorbent, which means they can have deceptively large amounts of paint in them, which means you want to take a extra moment to clean them. Although you can be pretty rough with them. I'm just trying to make sure it's not going to have any paint dried in it. But I've been really, really rough with this one. And after washing it with some brush soap, it's back to nice and soft and still holding a very nice shape. So this one's wet right now, but it's still holding up really well. And then we got our monster here with his big bubble gum head. I think we can paint his tongue right now. Any red will do. Any red at all. How about Crusted Sore from Army Painter? Haven't used this one in a while. Sounds about right. Crusted Sore. And we're just going to slop that on the tongue of this crazy model. Oh yeah, no worries if you decide later, let me know on the dry brushes. I know you just bought the set off eBay. We can figure out a way to just add in the dry brushes and get them sent over to you if you don't need a whole nother set. All right, Crusted Sore tongue, looking good. Pustules on the model. I think we're going with that lemon zest. Nah, we're gonna go Dead Flesh from Game Color. I really try to shake my paints pretty hard, which probably looks funny on camera. But I have so many, they don't all get used like that often. Yeah, the ghost brushes are on eBay. I'm still in the process of working on getting the new Kickstarter shipped out with the dry brushes. So if you're interested in the dry brush Kickstarter, I can handle it through PayPal if you message me on the Kickstarter platform. Or if you want a set of just the rounds, they're for sale on eBay right now if you just search Ghost Brush. Or go in my description of any of my videos and click the link, and that'll take you right to them. At least it should. If the link doesn't work, let me know. All right, with the big pustules on this guy, you can be a little loose because they will have a wash. I'm just trying not to overspill onto his skin. But they can get, you kind of just want the tops of them colored, but it's okay if I get some of the lower parts because the wash will redarken those. Thinking maybe Athonian camo shade or baby poop wash. I'll have to check out the Wrath of Kings. Are you staying up for the GW preview, Slaw? No, it's only 1:30. Thought we were later than that. Tell you what you don't want to be doing right now during this stay-at-home social distancing is playing video games. Definitely a waste of time. Just in case David's watching, I want to call him out for playing video games. No time for video games when we got unpainted models to paint, right? Too important. Actually, on that topic, I feel like I've been way more productive in my life when I stopped playing video games. The game I loved was Dota 2, Defense of the Ancients. And it's still available for free if I ever want to play again, but every time I do, I get sucked in and play it too much. All right, I think we got those base coated pretty good. Yeah, Army Painter's got some real thick, kind of slimy paint. I don't mind it. I don't really paint with it. I don't think it's good for base coating anything, but I think it's good for mixing around on the wet palette with other colors and stuff because it has kind of a transparent quality to it. I think their washes are really good, though. Yeah, I am the whole company, Jeremy. So if you buy them from Ghost Brush, you're just buying them from me. You're supporting my cause. Oh, I love The Sopranos. What season are you on? One thing I hate about cool TV shows like The Sopranos, maybe like Ray Donovan, Breaking Bad, some of those TV shows is for some reason they think like they need to spend a lot of time on like the kids, and they don't. Like, oh, nice season. Oh, wow, you're cranking through a season a day. I used to, in Vegas, I used to watch Sopranos and smoke cigars in my apartment. Feel like I was Tony Soprano. But yeah, like on Sopranos or Breaking Bad, they'll have like whole episodes where it's like, oh, here's Tony Soprano arguing with his wife for 45 minutes. Oh, here's Anthony Jr. getting in trouble because he's a young kid whose dad's a mob boss. And that kind of happens in Breaking Bad. Oh, here he is arguing with his wife for 30 minutes. It happens all the time in Ray Donovan, if you ever watch that one. Oh, here's his wife and him not getting along because he cheats on her, but now they love each other. And then also the kids knows his dad's awesome, so he's acting out. Have you seen Sopranos before, Slaw? Oh yeah, Dota 2. So much fun. I love Dota 2. I could just play Dota 2 over and over again and just play the character Venomancer over and over again and have a good time. That's what I do. I just play him over, same guy. Him and Crystal Maiden, just over and over again. Oh, nice. So I don't want to give you any Sopranos spoilers. It's a really good show, though. Obviously, there are some very iconic moments. It is 1:43 in Phoenix, Arizona. Ewan? Yeah. Fallout 1 I loved. And I liked Fallout 2 a lot. And then I played Fallout 3 quite a bit. And then I think I got lost in some tunnels. And it was like, took me forever to get out. And then I took a week off. And then you look at like your quests and you're like, can't remember a single thing you were supposed to do. And then I just quit. Never wanted to get into any of them again. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I'll have those shipped out for you probably Monday. I'll see if they pop up on my app, on my eBay app. This is a podcast about painting miniatures. Kind of. I would love to have a better setup to just show painting, like James Wapple or Dr. Foss Painting Clinic, or some of the James Wapple's a really good example where he does like a 2-hour stream or 2.5-hour stream, pretty much paints a whole miniature from prime. It's primed when he starts, and then he paints basically the entire thing and bases it to a really high standard. And it's just a single camera shot, basically. And then he has another camera on his palette, but it's kind of zoomed out, so you can't really tell what's going on. But yeah, I would love to have that kind of setup. I either need to figure out that camera or figure out the lighting, probably is most important. But I can put this, I've done a few top-down videos, and they're okay. So I could set it back up that way and do these streams or whatever a little more like that, where you're just seeing what I'm working on instead of me talking about it. All right, I think these guys are done. All of my little heroes are done. And I'm sure I'm going to spill them everywhere. But I'm going to try not to spill them everywhere. And there's going to be a cool thing here. Something's tickling my nose. I think I got like a beard hair or something tickling my nose. All right, I got to hold it on so it doesn't spill. Oh, I hope it doesn't spill. Ugh. Yay! They're all done. Obviously, you can't see nothing because of the plastic, but Oh. And then all I got left is this one monster and 3 more monsters over there. And I have the whole Deep Madness starter set painted. And I just found out yesterday, actually, that the box says 1 to 6 players. So that means I can learn how to play by myself. Because 1 to 6 players. And I got these 2 monsters. They're done. So I just got the big guy and these 3. And I finished the game. But then I'll go back and matte coat them all, or satin. I might satin coat them all because they're a board game miniature. Usually don't matte. Usually matte coat some of the nicer stuff. But board game miniatures get tossed around a bit. Yeah, the beard's coming back a little bit. I'm going to have a shorter beard. Be growing it out. I don't like shaving, so. All right, let's go. Ooh, Bale Tan Green camo shade. We're going to go camo shade. Yeah. All right, we're going to just do the pustules on this big guy. Camo shade. Actually, Slaw, I wouldn't mind doing one of those like paint hangout things where maybe if you have multiple people on a camera or multiple paint tables on a camera, that could be cool. I don't know how to set up any of that stuff, though. We might actually finish Deep Madness tonight. If I actually keep painting, I might have to take a break here in a minute or two. But if I keep, actually, I could probably just leave the stream going for a second and just run and use the restroom real fast. But if I keep painting until 7 in the morning or whatever for that GW preview, then there's a good chance this whole board game will be completed because I don't have that many models left to do. Or I take this time to put extra effort into this big monster because right now he's getting close to being done. Yeah, I think there used to be I think it was called the Hobby Hangout on YouTube, where across the bottom of the screen, like there was all the different cameras, and then just one person would, like the camera would switch to whoever was talking, I guess. All right, let's go Screaming Skull. The nice goopy Screaming Skull paint. And everything we're painting out of right now is water bottle caps. Just because I'm not doing any mixing or anything, I don't have any use for the wet palette right now. I usually bring that out for highlights and stuff in these board game situations. Yeah, last week was cool, but like none of it spoke to me really. Cow elves, I didn't mind at first. Now they just look dumber and dumber the more I look at them. Thought the cow elf monster was pretty cool though. All right, this guy's got teeth everywhere. Every one of these tentacles has teeth. What we're trying to do is just blob in Screaming Skull to roughly get all the teeth, and then hopefully the magic of Agrax Earthshade will pull all the teeth out without us having to paint them individually. Will it work? I don't know. Some of these little mouths actually might have tongues sticking out. So we might have to go back to our crusted gore color. Pick those out. Yeah, normally on a Friday night, I guess I would be home already, but normally on Friday night I'd be painting at the local game store from about 5 to 10, something like that. So it's been nice to get some painting done at home instead of letting the self-isolating get to me and just not hobby. Yeah, I think honestly, without turning on the camera here for this, I probably would be getting way less painting done. But since I've been putting the camera on, it's making me paint. Which maybe that's why all these guys who are like commission painters, I mean, obviously they get paid to stream too, but definitely if you have a stream set up for, 5 o'clock every day, then at least you know you're painting at 5 o'clock every day. Yeah, I remember playing games, Slaw. That was cool. Feels like a long time ago. Getting to go to the game store and play a game. Those were the good old days. The really crazy thing about all of the Corona stuff is it could still very well just be the beginning and get much worse. Because if you look at Italy, it got really, really bad. And it's still bad. Completely out of control there. I think in South Korea it was really bad, and then I think they managed to get it under control. Whatever that means. All right, so these teeth are roughly just sloppily base coated. And then if my instincts were correct, once I put Agrax Earthshade on them, they will be cool. Pretty sure that's how painting works anyway. Put a little Agrax on it, it looks pretty good. Yeah, the cow, I don't even mind the cow elves. I think them being into cows is fine. But the helmet, I don't even mind big helmets. I like Eldar. I think they look cool and they have big helmets. But the cow elves helmets look about 50% too long, too tall. And then they're like as wide or wider than the guy's shoulders. So his neck with a helmet that tall is just not going to work out good. I'm not even one that drills out I don't even drill my barrels on my guns either. So I don't actually care about realism, but the helmet is so tall compared to his torso. It's like his head is one length and it might be longer than his actual torso for all the troops. And then the width of the horns, like it's at the tippy top going perpendicular out instead of like curled up like a ram. Could have been along their face like this, like could have been coming around the back. I don't know, but to have it like totem pole up and then sticking straight out side to side, it's awful. Like the guys with the two-handed hammers have these long hammers, but they can't swing them because their helmet would be in the way. They could never swing them over top like a hammer. They'd have to always swing them like a baseball bat. And like I said, I don't actually care about the realism. Like, oh, you can't use that sword. It's too big and heavy. But those helmets just look awful. And I actually think the guy sitting with his giant horns is okay because he's like a character wizard who's floating on rocks. And then also Teclis is just terrible. Oh my God. They made that cool monster and then they made this stupid little elf jumping, doing the YMCA pose off of it. Like how awful. How did they let that get by? They don't shop that around to the different departments and be like, hey, look what we made. And nobody goes, this sucks. Teclis is so dumb. If you look at like the updated Alariel, she's like a big elf on her beetle. Pretty awesome. You look at updated Nagash, he's giant. Look at updated Gazgul, he's giant. Ragnar got turned into a Primaris, he's bigger and better. The new Fabius Biles, bigger and better. Teclis, he looks smaller maybe, or the same exact size, going whee, like jumping off of a wing. Instead of he could have been like a noble looking awesome wizard just sitting on top of that monster, riding it like a mount, not trying to like fly next to it with their modeling technology. But yeah, that just crazy. That one and the new I was thinking of doing a video on this, but I don't know how negative I want my channel to be. The new Goliath Brute looks so bad, like just stupid. Like the box set of the plastics look cool, but that Forge World one with the giant Bane arm, he's like growing because all the steroids being pumped into him, but his head is like pulled up and twisted sideways, and he's just got this face like, ugh. And then the anatomy of the big guy, it doesn't look like his human anatomy was increased in weird proportions. It looks like they just made up brand new muscles that don't make any sense, and he looks stupid. And yet they released it. Like they actually made that with design and took it to print. I don't know. It looks so bad. I made my Goliath Brute out of a Blood Bowl Ogre, and the Blood Bowl Ogre is amazing. It's such a good model. That Goliath Brute is just awful. Yeah, I could see the Ghost Armor guy making a cool Eldar conversion too, like an Autarch. Then the Ghost Armor guy too, like I don't actually get. He's a pretty cool model, but at the same time, I'm like, who needs a Ghost Armor dude? Like, I think they just want to show off how good their technology is. But they did that with the whole Nighthaunt army line. Like, yes, and the Deepkin, like the guy jumping with his like cloak and it's like a wave of water. Like, yes, GW, we know you can do awesome technological advanced sculpts, but I just don't know if we need a Ghost Armor dude in the Elf army. But then you see all their cow heads and you're like, well, whatever, we'll take the Ghost Armor dude. Yeah, I think they're just showing off how good their technology is, that they can literally try to figure out. Well, I don't know. They try to figure. I guess they're trying to figure out all the crazy different things they can achieve with their printing abilities now. So clearly, they can do a lot. All right, my camo shade looks pretty good. I think we're going to Agrax the teeth. The Sigmar High Elves, the Lumineth Elves have the mountain, like earth elementals that look pretty similar to Wraith Knights. I think you'll see some conversions with them, either to turn into an avatar or a Wraith Knight. Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing that, actually. I keep saying Swooping Hawks would be my number one pick, but a brand new avatar for the Eldar with, real, like, greater demon size or, like, tree man, ancient size, or at least bigger than Demon Prince size. Definitely way bigger than Gilliman, or maybe, probably bigger than Ghazghkull. But an avatar with new rules, brand new rules, not just one extra attack or whatever they usually do with the updates, and a new awesome avatar. I think that would be cool for the Eldar. Yeah, the Daughters of Khaine they're cool models. I like all the snakes a lot. Yeah, I think GW is definitely flexing on other miniatures. Like, I think that's exactly what that guy jumping with the water cape, the Eidolon or whatever his name is, from the Deepkin. He's like jumping through the air with like a rainfall of water. And you're like, okay, GW, you're better. And then you see like these big, clunky, like Privateer Press miniatures, like, I'm a big robot made out of cardboard squares. Although Privateer Press does have some cool models now. Actually, quite a few cool ones. Yeah, the Cow Elves, honestly, so the Sisters of Battle, like, the way they handled the Sisters of Battle, they like released tons of like previews and artwork, and they kept like continuously getting feedback. How much of that they took into account, I don't know. The whole line looks really cool though. Like, I haven't seen any Sisters of Battle model that I thought was a bad model at all. They all look good. And I think maybe because they took the feedback of the community, they guaranteed that people will like them when they're released. So maybe if we like compare their sales, if it's like a smash hit with their sales, and then let's say the Lumineth the Lumineth High Elves come out, Cow Elves, and if their sales like are a massive flop, maybe they should approach, when they try something like rehashing a classic, do it like the Sisters, let the community get involved, because no way would they have shown the sketches of those giant cow helmets and been like, hey, are you excited? Because everybody, not everybody, but everybody be like, no, we don't like them. And then they'd be like, well, we redesigned them and they're a little more sleek. And then people be like, yay, now they're cool. And this is just a little GW conspiracy, but I honestly think there's a possibility that the new High Elves are wielding hammers to help encourage you not to use your white lions with double-handed axes or your sword masters with double-handed swords. So now they create a new faction of High Elves, but they're all double-handed hammer guys. So you'd have to buy them and you can't use your white lions. Because if they just came out with new white lions or sword masters, people have lots of them. And by lots, I mean lots, because, in old Warhammer Fantasy, you could field like huge units of stuff, 40, 60, 80. I used to field 100-man blocks of Empire Spearmen. So everybody had at least 20 or more of every, White Lion, Phoenix Guard. That's another thing too, right? The Phoenix Guard. Actually, the White Lions and Phoenix Guard, maybe they're in the Cities of Sigmar book. I don't even know. I'm kind of out of the loop on Sigmar. I think the White Lions are gone. Phoenix Guard might still be around. Yeah, I would expect if you had a bunch of White Lions or Phoenix Guard, if they got removed, Sword Masters, if they got removed, 100% just use them as your cow elves. All right, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. So I'm going to mute the camera and I'll be back in 1 second. I don't think I can pause the stream. All right, I'm back. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm back. I got my last 3 monsters here on my priming stick, my balsa wood stick. So we'll put some washes on them. I think what I'm going to do is just put straight Drakenhof Nightshade right over the primer. Or Seeker Weapon Algae. Not sure which one. Sorry for eating my licorice. Actually, I just remembered too, I got to paint that little girl's flashlight on one of those heroes I put away. I've been eating a really healthy diet, but this bag of red and black licorice caught my eye at the store the other day. So now I'm eating a healthy diet with the addition of licorice. For some reason in my mind, though, the black licorice seemed like it would be a healthy candy. I don't know if it is. But then instead of just getting the all black one, I got the one that had the red ones too, because they're better. All right, we are going with Secret Weapon Algae. We'll do a water bottle cap. Looks a little darker than I thought it was going to be. We're going to mix it with I think black licorice seems like it would be like a medicine. I actually don't mind it because I used to love the taste of like Jägermeister and absinthe. So that anise, like fennel, black licorice flavor, I do like. I'm going to put some flow improver with this to thin it out. We can always do a second coat if we don't like the way it looks. Take my old GW beat up shade brush, which has been punished. Also, eating a piece of licorice feels like it's like more, like you can eat one or two and you're fine. But even then, I'll spread it out over like hours if I eat two. But like if I had a pack of like Reese's peanut butter cups or something, I could probably easily just eat the whole pack, all 4 or whatever cups with no effort. Okay, this works pretty good. Look at that. We made our own contrast paint with flow improver and Secret Weapon algae wash. A lot of times when I use these, I buy a lot of colors just because they catch my eye. Put my glasses on, just make this a little more crisp, made a little more HD for me. I buy these colors and washes and stuff just because they catch my eye at the store. And I don't really use them for anything or need them. So when you're doing little board games and stuff, it's kind of fun to just grab the colors you don't normally maybe paint with or use. Get a little extra use out of them. These ones are pretty complicated. They got a lot of mouths and eyes, possibly. It's hard to tell. Definitely quite a few mouths and what appears to be like a lot of tongues sticking out. So I think with this algae wash and then like pink tongues, that'll be a pretty cool effect. I loved absinthe. Your comment got stopped by YouTube, but I can still see it. I don't know, I always loved absinthe plus like Red Bull mixed in it. It tastes like Good and Plenty. It's yummy. You do the sugar cube as well, but why not kick it up with some Red Bull? Get that real party going. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Is it just every time you want a cigarette, you eat a piece of black licorice or something? When I quit smoking, I just quit. One time I quit and I switched to the vape. And then I knew I didn't want to just do that for the rest of my life. And I would end up smoking anyway when I drank. So I decided to quit drinking alcohol just long enough to quit smoking. And then I would go back to drinking alcohol once I felt like it had been a long enough time that I could get drunk and not smoke a cigarette. But it felt pretty good not drinking alcohol, so I ended up just sticking with quitting both. I think I'm about maybe 25 days away from 3 years, no cigarettes. Something like that. Oh man, do you remember Hulk Hogan's energy drink? He had the Hulkamania or whatever energy drink. They used to sell it at the QT gas station here in Arizona. I used to love Four Locos too when I was partying in Vegas. They were so good to drink before going to a pool party. You could just drink them in the casino, and they were 2 for $4 or whatever they were. I think it was 2 for $4. This was a few years ago now, but you're like slamming peach and pineapple Four Loko at 10 o'clock in the morning because you're about to hit a Vegas pool party at noon. Good times. Yeah, the hangovers don't actually, when you drink a lot, the hangovers don't bother you really if you're pretty consistent with your drinking because you just don't, they don't really ever happen. They'll have the occasional bad one. But my hangovers got much worse when I left Vegas and just moved back to Arizona and partied on the weekends like a normal person. And then when I got back into hobby and Warhammer and stuff, I just partied on Saturday nights because if I went out Friday, I didn't feel good to go play at the game store on Saturdays. And then when you're only drinking like once a week, and I was more of a binge drinker where, you know, I'm 0 to 100 when I drink. I need, you know, I want shots, I want everything. And then the hangovers would get really bad. They started being like 2 days long. Day 3, I would just be barely getting back to normal feeling. But yeah, there's binge drinking is not necessarily the way to go. I used to be more of just a social party drinker, but over time I really just enjoyed the getting obliterated drunk part too much. Take a Four Loko and pour 5 Hour Energy into it and taste sound waves. Just 1 weekend a month not drinking? That sounds easy. I'm on 3 years. But yeah, I really only quit drinking to quit smoking. I just knew once I turned like 30, I was like, yeah, I should probably quit smoking. This isn't going to end well. I could see my mom coughing up blood and shit. I remember my grandparents smoking and their horrible deaths. Smoking's pretty cool though. It's weird, actually. I was just thinking about this today. If I was quarantined right now, like I am, you know, social distancing or whatever, it'd be so much easier if I would not like this is hard, but I was just thinking like, man, if I smoked right now, I'd just be chilling out on the patio in the apartment complex, chain smoking cigarettes, playing on my phone. And I still have dreams that I smoke, which is weird. It's been almost 3 years. I'll quit sugar soon, or for the most part. I already quit caffeine. I'm going to try and get salt and oil out of my diet, including olive oil. And these are not all or nothing like with cigarettes and alcohol for me, but just the majority of my diet, I think I'm going to remove all salt, sugar, and oil. I don't know why the Pepto comment got blocked. I could click. It lets me show it if I can click it, but I don't want to stop mid-wash here on this monster. I did a lot of Tums for hangover cures, or just to keep my stomach feeling not terrible. Pepto-Bismol for sure. Never had much luck with Pedialyte. I think there's a few rules of thumb, I guess, when it comes to drinking. Like I was always what you would call probably a binge drinker. So if I was drinking, I was drinking. I could have a 1 or 2 with dinner, but if it was a weekend and we were going out, I could drink for multiple days, all day and night. In fact, I did multiple times. Surprised I'm not dead. But yeah, some people, you feel like, oh, I don't really have a problem with it. I don't need that many. I can have a couple and have fun. But then part of my other interest is retiring early. And something like that feels like you could just save that money, since it's totally just a, non-beneficial activity. Eliminating that and saving that money and then investing that difference could mean a lot of extra money in your future. But there's also could just be a disgruntled sober person pretending they don't want to drink alcohol anymore. But actually, yeah, if I had to choose, if I was like, oh, you can drink alcohol again or smoke cigarettes again, and you won't have any consequences, I think I'd probably choose cigarettes. All right, those guys are algaed up. Good night, Slaw. Caffeine is easy to quit. It's really easy. It's like incredible how much you don't need it. Like you do have the withdrawals if you've quit other addictive substances. There are some withdrawals. They're not totally insane, but they do exist. And then it just doesn't even exist. It's such a waste of time, really. Like I used to drink a Monster every morning and feel like, oh, this is helping me so much. And now I don't drink any of it. Although I did eyeball the oat milk Monster Energy at the store today and thought maybe I could give it a try. Now the last couple times I've drank caffeine willingly was like at LVO, because I'm not we're in Las Vegas. I'm with a bunch of people who are partying and having fun. So I had like a Red Bull, hoping it would get me to like a more energetic party kind of level. It did not. I didn't really feel it in a good way. Oh no, I think sniffing glue is probably not the way to go. I'd be surprised if anybody was really addicted to that. That seems like something you do when you're out of other better stuff. All right, we're going to Agrax Earthshade the mouths. Like caffeine pills? That sounds terrible. That sounds like a terrible, terrible health plan. Yeah, I love energy drinks. They taste so good to me. Monster and Red Bull and all of that. But honestly, if they had caffeine-free Monster energy drink, but still had the sugar, I'd probably buy them, at least for a little while. But the fact that you actually do have to withdraw a little bit from when you quit caffeine, I've quit it a couple times. It's kind of worth it to just not get back on it. Use it as like the occasional, I'm trying to get a little bit of boost energy for such and such activity. But even then, I don't really use it. I drink so much green juice or whatever every day, 2 liters a day. My energy's crazy. I don't really ever feel tired. Except when I was at LVO in Vegas, I felt tired all the time, felt crappy. But who knows why. Yeah, I splurged on one of those Vitamix blenders. They're really expensive, but man, they're nice. So now I blend up 2 liters of green juice every day. So basically, I'm drinking a ton of raw fruits and vegetables every day. And it tastes delicious. And it's kind of like consuming the world's best multivitamin, I guess. All kinds of health benefits for eating more fruits and vegetables. And I've found the easiest way to eat more fruits and vegetables is to blend them and drink on them all day. Then you don't got to worry about eating them. Today, I think I drank a whole bag of grapes, a cucumber, maybe a 1/4 pound of baby lettuce. Oh, he's looking cool. I think he's done. Yeah, I might do a little more. Yeah. I got a mask for when I airbrush, but it's also right now my mask when I go to the grocery store. So I don't know if it's safe to still use the mask around the house. I try not to touch it once I get home from the grocery store. I wish I had a second mask, but I'm happy I have one. Now I'm gonna have to be like airbrushing like this. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I use the rattle can sometimes too. I actually got a bunch of new airbrushes. I did the Badger 56 birthday. I have one right back here if I can grab it. Yeah, I got this one, new one. It's got the happy 56th birthday engraved on it. It's the Badger's Chrome. Looks cool. It's got that kind of 2-prong needle guard, which I don't know if I like that. But the other one I used doesn't even have a needle guard. And I got a quick connect hose, which I need to try and set up. Show you one more. Let's see what one I grabbed. They come in these leather pouches. I got the Sotar Slim the year before from their birthday sale, and then this year I bought the 4-pack, so I got 4 new ones. Oh yeah, so here's the Extreme Patriot 105 in black. The one I have is this one in gunmetal. But this one has a smaller like choke nozzle there that helps control like the airflow, and this one's much smaller than the one I have. So and this one actually has like a protector over the needle too. So this is different than my Extreme Patriot 105. But I don't need 2, and I like the other one enough. I might just sell this one. It's like one of those. Oh, okay, so it comes with the bigger nozzle there, but that little one's way better because the big one gets in the way a little bit. But yeah, I bought the 4-pack airbrushes because they were a good deal, and then I figured maybe if I sell 2 of them, I can end up with the other 2 free. So maybe sell 2, keep 2, or sell 3, keep 1. Yeah, I was planning on shaving my beard after Adepticon anyway. And then with all this COVID stuff, it's like, well, now's as good a time as any since you can't really wear a mask with the COVID. Flesh Terror Red. All right, we're going Flesh Terror Red over the bigger bulb areas on his head. I'm going to thin this down, though, with... Yeah, we'll just go Flow Improver. So we're going to thin it down with Flow Improver. Basically turning the contrast paint into even more of a wash. That looks pretty cool. All right, that's looking good. I think that's it. And I think we're gonna rinse off the brush a little bit and then use the damp brush. We're gonna flatten it with our fingers so it's kind of got flat fan kind of shape to it. We're just gonna use that to dab off the center of these red spots. And that'll hopefully leave it with like almost the look of like a highlight. Cool. Looking good. This guy was just primed. He was just primed when we started, and now he's basically done. Contrast paints and washes. A few base coats and washes. maybe a highlight or two, but I think he's pretty good to go. Like I said, it's a board game. It's nice to finish these things in somewhat of a timely manner. This guy, if you look at these guys, they got all kinds of tongues and mouths and stuff on them. So he'll probably take a little bit of time to base coat like these tongues and teeth. And there's 3 of those. But those are the last 3, which while we're at it, I'm gonna forgot she has a flashlight. So I think we're gonna go just, what do we want to do? Fugan orange? Maybe? Let's go Fugan orange. This pot is like just a rattle ball and a hint of paint left in it. So anytime we get a chance to use it, it's probably good. That way eventually we can just throw it away. Once it runs out. Yeah, you can't, the masks don't do anything with the beard. Like you. All right, that's fine. Flashlight done. Fugan orange over white paint. Yeah, these are the monsters from the board game Deep Madness. A horror, sci-fi kind of dungeon crawl, I guess. See if it zooms in on it. Maybe it'll. Hey, it zoomed in on it. Yeah, that's just some contrast paint and some wash. I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, I love Blood Bowl. Love me some Blood Bowl. I need to get one of those good head razors for the shower, the one where you can just like. And then maybe I'd actually keep my head shaved a little more frequently. For Blood Bowl, I started with the High Elves a long, long time ago, and maybe 2nd edition or whatever. I don't know what edition they're in now. And then I always played Halflings, and then the Halflings weren't getting new models, so for a league we had at the local store, I played Nurgle, and I won. And I won Best Painted. And my Nurgle Chaos team, and I was like halfway through finished painting them, and then the Halfling team came out, the new one. So then the next season I played Halflings, and I came in last place, and I didn't ever finish painting them. And I got kind of burnt out because we kind of ran 2 leagues back to back a little too close. And even though Blood Bowl's not an all-day game, just, I don't know, when mostly I would just I would paint on Wednesday, paint on Friday, play on Saturday if I'm at the game store. And Wednesday's kind of league night for Blood Bowl. So I was ending up playing Blood Bowl on Wednesday instead of painting. And I was just kind of, I don't know. Or sometimes on Saturday, I had to catch up on games that people couldn't play on Wednesday. It felt like all I was doing was playing Blood Bowl. I do have the video game too. I haven't played it in a long time, but the video game's really good. Like, it's really accurate to the board game. Yeah, that model would be a really good Beast and Nurgle for Blood Bowl. Oh yeah, Norris team. I was actually gonna make a Norris team out of the Corvus Cabal, the bird guys from what's it called, Warcry. I really like those bird models. They'd make a good Amazon team too, like a boy Amazon team, I guess. But Amazon and Norris, I think, would be really cool. I kind of expect the Blood Bowl team announced today. I mean, gotta think that they would have the High Elves out by now. They came out with Elf Union before High Elves or Wood Elves, and now the Wood Elves are out. But that's crazy, Elf Union. Nobody plays that. Necromunda is awesome, but you need a... Well, Blood Bowl and Necromunda are both awesome. You just need a good group of people that you're playing with, and you need to do the campaign, and you follow along, get experience, get injuries, your players get better, some of them die. They're really fun games. Blood Bowl might be maybe the best GW rule set there is. Like, just, it's... People kept that alive for like 20 years without a new update until they finally updated it. Maybe not 20, but... And they'll still have like huge events around Europe and stuff. Yeah, Blood Bowl is a good game. Some teams obviously have a disadvantage, like a Goblin team or a Halfling team. But there's a lot of teams that are pretty well balanced with each other, and it's a lot of player skill, which is pretty unique, I think, in Blood Bowl compared to some of the other games. Some of the other games more list building skill than player skill, but Blood Bowl is a lot of easy to learn, hard to master kind of style. And then on top of that, a bad dice roll or two can screw up your plans. So you're constantly trying to minimize how many dice you need to roll every turn and which order you're going to roll them in, because if you screw up, you don't want to leave yourself exposed, and there's a lot of tactics. Yeah, I think there's a Corn team on like a fan-made thing, or maybe it's on the video game. I think there's a Corn team on the video game, but it doesn't exist in the miniature game yet. Oh yeah. What state are you in? Yeah, when I moved, I purposely moved 2 miles. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'm about 2 miles from the game store that I hang out at all the time. I'm about 1.5 miles from the post office, where I do most of my income by shipping. And I'm about a block away from a grocery store. So I'm in kind of a nice central location for the majority of things I do in my week-to-week life. Yeah, all the new Blood Bowl teams look so good too. Any Blood Bowl team they announce, they just re-released the Chaos Dwarves in made to order, so that's sad because I was really hoping they were going to re-release a new Chaos Dwarf team, because they're a really good team in Blood Bowl. You get all the, a lot of the power of the dwarves, but you get mutations, plus you get the bull centaurs. It's pretty sweet. Wow, you have to cross state lines to play Warhammer? Or is that Wyoming, Utah? Is there a city named Wyoming in Utah? Yeah, Kill Team, I had just bought into Necromunda, a lot of Necromunda stuff. So I decided to skip Kill Team because I wanted Necromunda. They gave me Necromunda. I played Necromunda, so I didn't need to jump in on the Kill Team. All right, what are we going to do next? Maybe paint his base black while we're just sitting here. Oh, wow. They haven't done Chaos Dwarves, Amazon, Norris, High Elves, Necromantic Undead, Khemri Undead. Kislev, if you're going by the video game. That might be about it. Oh, there is a Khorne team, I think, on the video game. Definitely 2 undead teams that they haven't done yet. I think Khemri and Necromantic, the ones that come with get the werewolves. Oh, the vampire team. They haven't done the vampire team. Yeah, it's kind of quite a few to choose from, but it's getting close. Like some of those teams, like on the video game too, there's also a Bretonnian team. But yeah, some of those might just not exist anymore, right? They don't need to do the Khemri team if they really don't want to do any Tomb Kings. Although I could see them with a video like Tomb Kings are back, and then show the Tomb King Blood Bowl team and be like, gotcha. It'd be really funny if they came out with the High Elf Blood Bowl team and they looked amazing. And then everybody would freak out, like, why do the Cow Elves not look like this? Yeah, I think people on the Tomb... I could see him doing the Tomb Kings are back on like a April Fool's Day of like, Tomb Kings are back. Just kidding, it's Blood Bowl. Obviously, that just passed, but... Yeah, actually, if you want to get into Blood Bowl 2 is a good rendition of the game. It's just like the board game, but even faster because you can automatically see how far everybody can move and who has what skills and where tackle zones are. Whereas in the board game, you got to ask your opponent, like, hey, does that guy have dodge? Okay, does that guy have tackle? Whereas in the video game, you can just see all that. So if you're far away from playing, you might actually enjoy the Blood Bowl video game. Although without playing with people, you might have a hard time picking up like the strategy of the game. Yeah, Bretonnian and Tomb King do have teams, at least on the video game. That doesn't mean they want to ever. Well, I don't know. They've been making like squats for Necromunda and Chaos Dwarves for Warcry, and then they make some of the weird race stuff for Blackstone Fortress. So maybe they'll do like a Bretonnian or Tomb King team for Blood Bowl just to like give people a taste of. Man, I saw some conversions online where people were taking the heads from the Blood Bowl halfling players and putting them on the Caradhran Overlord dwarf bodies and making them like cool rattling bounty hunters. They look so good. Like it was surprising how well they fit. The halflings actually are really good models, and they have like really characterful big heads. All right, we're just painting some black rims on some bases here, just kind of knock it out. Usually we have to do 2 coats on this board game plastic, so getting 1 coat done. Well, they haven't. So that's an interesting thing with that Warhammer, the Old World. Like, they haven't actually even said what that is. They have not. There's all kinds of speculation. It might be like old fantasy, but there's no guarantee that that's true at all because they haven't really said that there's. Although I think they did show a picture of a square base, so maybe. But they have kind of been, or when they kind of announced it, it was kind of like, this is what the old fantasy players are going to want. But when they were talking about redoing the high elves, and then they came out with the cow elves, they clearly can miss the mark, even though the players literally knew they just wanted high elves in Age of Sigmar. And then they got fish elves. They didn't want fish elves, they wanted high elves. Now they're getting cow elves, and they don't want them either. The sales might be okay. And, all they have to do is give them a really strong rule book. People will buy them. Plus, with the world of 3D printers, it'd be easy enough to buy those cow elves. And within a week, I bet there's going to be 10 different head options to print out if you like something else better. Oh yeah, I forgot you're at work. Oh, so like it's in the old world, but it could have some new stuff that was already like wiped out before the normal, like familiar timeline. I think people would have loved to have received Mordheim again, but instead they got Warcry, and I think that game's a little bit of a mess. Doesn't seem like it's like a lot of people join the league at our local store, maybe 20 people, and then by week 2 there's like 8 people, and by week 3 there's like 2 people. So I don't know if that game's really that good. Seems like a lot of it just matters what cards you flip for your little scenario. Although I did buy some of the cards for the Warcry for the Slaanesh Warband and stuff, thinking maybe I'll play Slaanesh in Warcry just so I have a reason to finish painting up some of them. Yeah, I feel like I need to stand up for a little bit too. I've been going here for, it's almost 3. Only 4 hours left. Oh, just sink back into my chair here and fall asleep. Oh yeah, the Kislev and the Midgard. Was it Midgard with the like Teutonic Knights and the Bear Riders? No, the Kislev had the Bear Riders. The guys with all the hammers. They had the Hammer Cavalry. Yeah, that'd be funny. It's just it's like Warhammer the Old World, but it's just different Empire models. So you got, hopefully they bring out the Moot faction, which is where the Halflings lived in the Moot. I'd play them. I think the Kislev actually could be a big hit for Sigmar. Like just an awesome, like Mongolian, fast cav human army. Like, I think people really would enjoy playing some humans. Humans are always popular in games, and Sigmar is really not catered to them at all. Then they came out the Cities of Sigmar book, but I don't know. It's just playing with the Empire guys. It's nothing like a new full-on Sigmar type style army. Oh yeah, you got lucky. You didn't buy a whole Dark Elf army, and then I mean, you would have been able to play him in Sigmar, and Sigmar was actually pretty fun in the early days. Like the first General's Handbook for Sigmar, I think the game was really good. Nobody really had their codexes yet. Everybody was using Grand Alliance books, and it was pretty fun. Point systems seemed pretty good. Then they just started dogpiling on all these crazy stacking buffs and rules and terrain buffs and stuff. And it pretty much turned me away from it. I mean, the amount of times in Age of Sigmar where you'll charge a unit and you'll, I got to roll 80 attacks and I reroll misses, and then, I didn't kill anybody, and then they attack back and they kill your whole unit. And it's like, because they have a 2+ rerollable save, like it just goes on and on. I don't know how people actually still play it. I really liked it. I love Sigmar. It got me back into the hobby, and this second edition of it is just terrible. I think people are just putting up with it because they want to play something and they like the fantasy setting better than sci-fi, but I do not like the new Sigmar or the current state of Sigmar. Thanks, Zane. Yeah, the Ghost Brush is king of the world, #1. Number one brush worldwide. Vietnam, number one. I watch a lot of travel vlog stuff for people in Vietnam. I think it looks like a really cool place to visit. And a lot of times people will go, Vietnam, number one. Yeah, I pretty much sold everything of my old fantasy. I sold all my Empire. I still got Dogs of War stuff I got to sell off. But I'm not really I got some Stormcast. I got a ton of Slaanesh Demons. And I got a bunch of Skaven stuff I need to sell still. But I've been trying to just purge myself of all the Sigmar stuff. And I'll wait until maybe 3rd edition, which, probably could be 5 years, so, or 3-4 years. So we'll see if I get back into it then. Yeah, I don't know. Sigmar just, like, when they were showing the previews for the new Age of Sigmar 2, like doing all the community teasers and stuff, one of them, they were like, in this edition, you could have a block of 40 skeletons, and they could be +1 attack from this, and attack twice from this, and re-rolling misses, and it'll be 480 attacks with like exclamation points. It was something ridiculous, and it was just like, oh my god, have you guys played your own game? Like, nobody wants to sit and watch anybody roll 400 dice. I don't remember the exact number, but it was well over 100, if not well over 200. And it was absurd that they were trying to use it as like how great is this game going to be in 2.0 when you can stack all this crap onto your stuff. Somehow that's not even the most powerful stuff there is in the game, which is just crazy. Then the one thing that really poisoned me was, I was like, okay, I have all the Stormcast. I've been stocking up on them since they came out. I'm just going to make a Stormcast army, and that way I know I'll be, good to go in all forms, Age of Sigmar forever. And they have so many different new models, and I had them all. And then Age of Sigmar 2 comes out, and they go, here's the new Sacrosanct Chamber. And the rules were literally the same point cost as the older models and better. Like, not even, oh, there's a reason you would take this or that. It was like, no, you take Sequitors over Liberators every time. At least that's how it felt. You take Evocators over Retributors every time. And it was just really pissed me off that I had so much Stormcast. And they literally put out the new ones, and they were just the exact same thing but better. And there was really no reason to even use the old ones. When it says message retracted, Zane, is that you typing that, or is somehow the YouTube like deleting it, or are you deleting it? I'm not really familiar with the chat, how that works. I wonder who the 5th person is in the chat. I feel like we got 4 people talking. There's a mysterious 5th person just listening in. Yeah, Middenheim. Yeah, they used to have the army for them with all the Teutonic Knight guys and the Wolf Knights. And then the Kislev, were they the ones that also had the polar bears? Like the guy riding the polar bear? And the lady, the ice wizard? Is that the Kislev? Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more of that, like, accessory. I felt like there was... Actually, I think the Kislev Oh no, I was gonna say I think his name was Boris, the guy that rode the polar bear or the bear. But no, I think that's Boris the Besieger, who was a Dogs of War guy who had the cannonball mace. But yeah, I'm surprised they don't actually sell more upgrade packs, like some kind of maybe a new Imperial Guard box set with like different upgrade packs for like the different uniforms or something. I don't know how they would do that, but I think we talked about that yesterday. I think the Imperial Guard regiments could use a new kit. There was one preview from the rumor engine or whatever that looked like Catachans were around the corner, which unfortunately Catachans is not the one everybody wants to see updated, I don't think. Even though they do have good rules, I think people really would like to see like the Vostroyans and the Talaran and the Praetorians, or the Death Corps of Krieg, or the Steel Legion. All those would be. I'm going to be bummed out if they have Steel Legion previewed tonight or in the morning, because I have a bunch of Steel Legion guys I still need to sell, and they'll drop in value if they show new ones. I should maybe start digging those out and putting them up on eBay while I'm sitting at home all day. All right, I think we'll paint some tongues on these little blue guys. And I think we'll do it with I don't know. Isn't there a dark? That's gold. I'm almost positive I used to have a color called dark pink. And now I do not. And my pink whore is in the garbage. All right, we'll just do this mecha pink color. The Catachans already have plastic models, though, I think. Think of plastic. I mean, they're really out of scale and out of date, but I think it'd be cool to see like the Praetorians or Vostroyans. Oh, his name was Boris. Man, sometimes I feel like I have a good memory. Even with all the alcohol, I feel like I can remember stuff. Except spelling. I don't feel like I'm that good at spelling anymore. I feel like I used to be better at that. Primaris Grey Knights would be cool. I don't think well, there's not going to be any new Sisters of Battle. They just got their whole line redone. There ain't going to be no new Sisters for a while. I think a lot of the Tyranid models could use an update. Tyranid, Eldar, Dark Eldar, Imperial Guard, all of them definitely have some things that could be updated. Necrons, they could use an update. Yeah, the Necrons aren't even, they're not that bad right now. But in competitive type environments, there's only like one army list that ever does anything. And it doesn't even really win. It just goes like 4-2 or 5-1. It's basically the same army list over and over again. I'm painting the pink on this tongues on this monster. Kind of see there. I'm gonna have to just kind of follow along and figure out what's a tongue and what's a not a tongue. I think we're gonna call that a tongue. Actually, that I would love if Chaos Demons got some just off the wall new kits. Like maybe even some generic ones that maybe you just paint different for the different gods. I don't know if that's a great approach, but like, bring them into 40K a little bit better of like, demons that, shoot more. Maybe they blow fire. Maybe they have magic, energy shooting out. I don't know. Actually, kind of excited too to see what I'm not gonna buy it, but see what Psychic Awakening does for the demons. Although they really should just get a new codex. They're the Psychic Awakening. Actually, what demons really need is a lot of stratagems that work for all the demons. A lot more universal stratagems, because they put so many that are just unique to each god that you kind of lose out when you want to just play a mono god army. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with all the lore stuff, but I have been in the hobby for a long time. Took a long break, but so this Mecha Pink does not really have very good coverage. Since we're going to hit it with like a Caribou Crimson Wash or something anyway, we're just trying to put it on in kind of one thick coat, even though it's still pretty transparent. Well, yeah, the demons just need either some shooting, geez, even like or more maybe mobility stratagems of like, move D6 units 6 inches or something. I don't know. If you have an army that can't shoot in a game, that's definitely a shooting game. Or give them more demon engines like Soul Grinder type stuff. And I guess you can kind of solve those problems a bit with just allies of Chaos Space Marines or whatever. But sometimes it's a hassle to have 2 books. Plus, if you have to have your Psychic Awakening book. The Psychic Awakening money grab is pretty cool as far as the books have probably enough in them that you want to buy them if you play that army. So it's pretty smart. I don't know if I necessarily like it. I actually hate buying the books because they hold no value over time. The last thing I want is a whole bunch of books I haven't read any of the lore on sitting in my shelf until I put them in the garbage. Yeah, you can warp in the demons a bit, but it works good for the bloodletters because they can make long charges pretty easily because they charge 3d6. But there's still things like Overwatch and intercepting fire and screen units and stuff that even then a big unit of bloodletters comes in, kills something, and then dies in the shooting phase. Oh yeah, maybe they're just like, an ally army. You don't play mono demon and you ally them in with your favorite Chaos Space Marine chapter or ally them in with the Chaos Knights. Guess that's okay too. It'd be cool in the Psychic Awakening if they get like build your own sub-faction. Like if you're Slaanesh, you can pick 2 of these. Or, pick 2 of these and then some of them are like faction specific. If your army's just Nurgle, you can also take from this list. Give them some actual kind of chapter tactic type rules. That could be cool. Yeah, I don't have Battle Scribe, but I just buy the Codex and I like having the book, which makes me less happy if I have to buy a bunch of supplement books, which is actually, it's a double-edged sword with Necromunda because for the first time ever, they're showing it the most support it's ever gotten. And at the same time, they keep coming out with $50 books and you don't want to buy all these $50 books. It's like, I love that there's new stuff for Necromunda, but why do I keep putting everything in individual $50 books instead of, for $50, I feel like I should be getting a lot of rules, not the rules for one gang plus one little thing to add into my campaign. All right. Fleshy pink and teal, always going to be a good combo. All right, looks like we're painting some tongues on those monsters. That's cool. Oh yeah, from a Rogue Trader. So there'll be like the Fabius Bile Codex with like a Gellerpox Codex and expand the line maybe. Or it'll just be like some real little minimal supplement thing, and then the only models you can buy are the little scrubs from Rogue Trader and then those big cool guys. Well, you really only need 2 books for Space Marines, and that's just the Space Marine book plus your faction supplement, your chapter supplement. But then if you want to use like the cool apothecary or the cool ancient, then you're going to want to pick up the chapter approved. Or not chapter approved, but the Psychic Awakening. Have a good one, Ewan. Take care. Enjoy the previews as well. Moist Marines coming soon. I think we're going to go for the pustules. Minty green again. I like the way that looked on the green monster, so it'll look good on the teal monsters. Yeah, I don't know if I'm. It's 3:30. I don't know if I'm painting for 3 more hours. Oh, yeah, I don't really think you need the Vigilus anymore. I think the new Space Marine books kind of replaced the Vigilus stuff. It's weird. Most of these monsters are not a ton of detail. And then somehow these last 3 are loaded with detail. And they're not like, I just randomly decided which order I was going to paint in. These just happen to be the last 3. Obviously I don't gotta get it all, but I haven't really seen anybody playing the salamanders. Nice, you're cranking out the models over there, huh? I painted some monsters. All right, I think we're... All right, we picked out a lot of the details, but we're not... I don't think I want to pick them all out just because... Well, I don't know. All right, we'll just move on to the next one and then figure it out as we go. Yeah, the Space Marines, I mean, even just a unit of Primaris Marines would beat the crap out of a unit of Howling Banshees. Like the Howling Banshees just got their new models with, I don't think, any update to their rules for some reason. They're terrible. And then you would, your hand-to-hand Eldar unit, and if you charged it into a unit of Primaris, good luck. And those would just be the normal intercessors. They would be better equipped to win that fight than your specialized melee Howling Banshee unit. It's like, oh yeah, you got power swords, but you strength 3 with no bonus to wound. And heck, the Intercessor Sergeant could have a Thunder Hammer or a Power Fist. And you're never going to do the 8 wounds to kill all his buddies. And then he's going to kill 5 of the Howling Banshees in one swing. And honestly, I don't think the points difference was probably that much. Like, I bet 5 Intercessors isn't terribly more than 5 Howling Banshees. All right. After we already painted one, these next ones are a little easier because we kind of have a guide. Yeah, I think that's about good. The Leviathan Dread is definitely a powerful model. I don't own any of the Forge World books. and we don't ever usually play with Forge World. I was thinking about getting some Forge World units for my Eldar. So I was going to potentially be playing them in some events, some tournaments and stuff. And then they announced that they're redoing the Forge World books. So that saved me some money. Because now I didn't have to buy them yet. And I'll wait until the new ones come out and see if I like them. Or just stick with my lifelong no Forge World. But I do feel like most people add a Leviathan in and the army does improve. So while you're watching this at work, Jeremy, do you are you getting to like paint and stuff at work too, or are you just sitting in the break room? Yeah, I was gonna buy some Eldar Forge World, mainly just because I was gonna. My plan is to paint the Eldar good enough that I maybe can play them in events and attempt to win best painted. You know, give that a shot. And then, you know, you don't want to lose all day long, so it's not a terrible idea to try to make a strong army as well. And if the Forge World Eldar units happen to be good, it would be worth maybe picking them up. Eldar are kind of in a bad place right now, though, because they have a really, really strong, like, aircraft flyer spam build. And then they have some other pretty okay type lists with, like, a bunch of jet bikes and stuff. But just the normal run-of-the-mill aspect warriors are just not getting played, I don't think. I don't even know the last time I seen a warp spider on the table. Oh, you get to make sure none of your patients are having an emergency in their room. Well, the Eldars, I mean, they've been doing really, really well, but a lot of it's been the same, and it's mostly just been the flyer spam. I'd be curious. I think they really should put in the rule of 3 for aircrafts. I think the flyers have been kind of a problem in 8th edition. There's been many armies that, and many times where spamming those airplanes has been a little bit of a problem. The Wraith Knight is almost never used because it doesn't have an invuln save unless you buy the shield one. So there's a cool Wraith Knight with like double cannon, but he doesn't have an invuln save, so he'll just die too fast in the current game. Or you can give him a cannon plus a shield, which he's just not as good then. Or you can give him a sword and shield, and then he's just... Plus, he has no real stratagems compared to like an Imperial Knight. So he's just like a really bad Imperial Knight. Imperial Knights have more guns and way more stratagems because they have their own codex, all kinds of relics and stuff, whereas the Eldar ones just, I think because maybe it was a problem in 7th edition, it was toned down for the beginning of 8th, and then they just never decided to look back at it and fix it, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to put a second coat of this pink on some of these tongues that got a little too transparent. And parts I obviously just missed. On the plus side, I really haven't getting a lot done tonight. I mean, these, I know I've said it already, but turning on this camera for this little stream really does get me painting. I should have been doing this for the last 4 years or 3 years or whenever I started YouTube. That way I could get all this stuff painted. Normally, I paint at the game store on Wednesday and Friday if I'm there. And, it's like a circle table and we're all hanging out, talking hobby and painting and gaming. And that's probably why I'm enjoying doing it on the computer here, because I can't do it at the game store right now. And it gets me into that zone of like, oh, before you know it, you got all those tedious base coats done that you were avoiding. What are they? They had like heart attacks and they're on heart monitors? Is that what's going on? Maybe that mystery person computer logged off. And I think just to give them a little more interest, we're gonna put some Coelia green shade on their hands. Actually, I think I need to go get something to drink. I'm gonna mute you guys so I can go get my drink. All right, I'm back. I got my basically grape juice here. My green smoothie, but it's purple today because I used a bunch of purple grapes. And then as it gets low, I refill it with water. Oh, it's so good though. It's so good. It's like a whole bag, a pound or whatever, of purple grapes. A couple grape tomatoes, just because I had them. A couple sweet red peppers. Some ginger, some baby spinach, baby kale, stuff like that, baby lettuce. Chia seeds, flax seeds, maybe some beetroot powder. Oh, also blackberries, raspberries, blueberries, banana. I can't remember. Might be a green apple in here too. But the anyway, I keep rubbing my face because my facial hair is at that weird length where it's tickling my own face. When it gets long, you don't feel it, but when it's just short, as your face moves. I also just because I'm sitting here streaming for 4 hours, I feel like doing some junk food in combination with my healthy juice. So I got some Nature's Path organic Pop-Tart here. Gonna give that a try. I'm trying to eat all the junk food in the house to get rid of it. But, you know, sometimes when you're at the store, you get that moment of weakness, and all of a sudden you come home with a box of Pop-Tarts. So these guys are ready for some more washes. The I think I'll do Coelia green shade on their hands. Try to give them a different effect. If that's not dark enough, I'll go maybe Druky Violet. I'll do Caribou Crimson or something on the tongues. Twinkies are surprisingly sweet. There was I guess before Valentine's Day, they had like a special strawberry flavor Twinkie at the store, and I bought them and brought them into the game store. And somehow a game store full of gamers, I came home with like 4 Twinkies. Like nobody wanted them. So I ended up having like a Twinkie every night for 4 days. And they're so, I mean, they taste good, but man, they're sweet. It's crazy. All right, so the Coelia green shade is going to work as a darker version of this color, but it's not changing the color much. So it's not giving it like a super cool effect. So we're still going to do the hands on the model, but we might even add another color somewhere. All right, I think that's good. Still got to pick out all their teeth, but I think doing the wash for the... Yeah, I don't remember the tree in Fallout 3, but I only played it when it first came out. I didn't finish or nothing. I think music is the best for flashback memories. Like when you go on YouTube and put in a song you listened to in high school or something, man, you can be like, whoa, I remember seeing them at this dive bar, or going out with your friends and doing whatever activity while this song was on the radio type stuff. Especially back when you listened to the radio. So the same 20 songs were in rotation over and over and over again. So weeks or months of your life were soundtrack to the same 20 songs. The Dark Knight is back. with a new cowboy smiley face photo. Cowboy smiley emoji. Welcome back. Yeah, right now I'm just putting a Coelia green shade wash on their hands, and it's just to add interest to the model to help break up the monotone of the algae wash. Unfortunately, it really is just a darker version. Or not necessarily unfortunately, but it's not as striking as it could be. Oh, we got 6 people. I guess everybody's waking up for the GW preview. We're still a long ways to go. We're getting delirious over here, drinking blended up grapes and eating Pop-Tarts. Need junk food to keep going. My dinner tonight was pretty small, so normally I make like a huge thing of food, but I didn't really like my leftovers, so I threw all that away. And then the leftovers I did like wasn't that much. So here I am eating Pop-Tart. It appears my Pop-Tart content, though, has made one of the viewers leave. Movie, The People Under the Stairs. There's a dog, a Rottweiler, attacking somebody, and a kid yells, "Hey, bone breath," or something like that. "I heard your mom likes cats," or something real stupid like that. And it actually works, and the dog chases him, and the other guy gets away. As if insulting the dog about cats would comprehend that. I used to love, and probably still do, the Puppet Master movies. That's probably why I like Warhammer. Those little toys coming to life. Fred Krueger, Mom. When Netflix was still a thing where you actually like ordered movies and then they like mailed them to you and then you mailed them back and they sent you new ones. My buddy had Netflix and we went through all the Jasons and Freddys at the same, like in order. So we'd watch Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and then Friday the 13th 1. And then, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 4, and all the way up to Freddy vs. Jason. That was really fun to do. We all lived together in a college house with like 5 people. Yeah, Indian in the cupboard. I saw they're making a new Candyman. I remember watching that when I was little. Me and my brother are always pretty My parents were pretty okay with us watching whatever. I don't think we really got censored. My mom did take us to go see Child's Play when we were really little. I think my brother was maybe 6 and I was 4, or maybe like 7 and 5. And we had to leave after like 5 minutes because my mom thought it was actually a movie about a toy doll and not a murdering toy doll. Chucky. If you have Amazon Prime, that movie House is on there, and that's got Norm from Cheers. He's like the neighbor of that haunted house. That guy that moves back in. I'm not a really big horror movie person, though. I have kind of nostalgia for the older ones, but the newer ones, I don't know. I'll watch some of them. Like, I thought the new It was pretty good. Just as like a little kind of coming of age action adventure movie. And I just watched the new Pet Cemetery on Amazon Prime. It was all right. Just doing Caribou Crimson on the tongues on these guys. Just one coat of pink and one coat of Caribou Crimson. Maybe they'll get a highlight, but I don't think so. I thought Get Out was pretty good. I like that one. Midsummer, I just watched not too long ago. It's funny I said I don't really watch horror movies, but the only ones that I've kind of checked out recently are horror movies. I just watched Quiet Place. That was kind of whatever. Midsummer is kind of about like a Swedish cult or something. It's kind of cool. I like in Hellraiser when he's like, no more tears. It's a waste of good suffering. But man, it's so funny because you can tell the time when Hellraiser was made because literally one of the Hellraiser monsters is wearing sunglasses. It's so stupid. Like that, just dumb. And then Hellraiser 2 with like the Nazi guy. That one's pretty terrible. It's amazing how people are always like, oh, the sequels suck nowadays or whatever. And then you go back and watch some of these old movies, and yeah, the sequels oftentimes are really bad as well. It seems like it's been pretty consistent that sequels are often very bad. I own Monster Squad on DVD. You remember that? Where they kick them in the nards. It's like Wolfman don't have nards. Actually, I think I saw the guy that made, not a horror movie, but I think the guy that made Kung Fu Hustle was making a new movie, which I feel like he's probably had to have made quite a few since Kung Fu Hustle, but I haven't seen him. I don't really go to a lot of movies anymore. I got Amazon Prime and YouTube, though, so if you have something to watch on Amazon Prime, let me know what I should check out. For the most part, though, I watch a lot of documentary stuff or YouTube videos and try to learn stuff. Oh, it looks like their tongues are done. Oh yeah, Jason X. Well, Jason X is the super iconic Jason scene though, where he puts the lady in the sleeping bag and just beats her against the tree, right? Isn't that from that one? That's like the most funny Jason victim. Oh, that's good grape juice. No, I'm telling you. Blend up your grapes with some peppers and ginger and other fruits, berries and stuff. It's so good. Is Ants Canada the guy that has the he tests like how strong they are and like spins them around and stuff? I don't remember Creepshow. American Horror Story. I haven't seen any of the American Horror Stories. I've never seen like a horror series. Maybe I would like that format better. I think what is it? American Werewolf in London? No, American Werewolf in Paris. American Werewolf in London. I think that's a classic. That's a good one. I actually love ant documentaries. So I'm surprised I'm not subscribed to that guy. I've watched so many ant documentaries. I love it. All the Planet Earths. I love all those. But man, you give me an ant documentary and I'm in. You know, ants are the only other species to domesticate another species, which is pretty cool. So like humans domesticated cows and chickens and dogs and cats. And ants are the only other ones to domesticate another species, which is these little these little aphids or whatever the heck they're called that secrete sugar water when they chew on these leaves. So the ants pick them up and put them on those leaves and then eat the sugar that they secrete out. Pretty neat. All right, we're going to go ahead and Athonian camo shade all the little green pustules on these guys. I think in no particular order. Oh, my top. I don't know if I got. Yeah, let's say my top 5 favorite movies in no particular order, because I don't know if I could pick one. Would probably be like which one's number one. probably Saving Private Ryan, Big Trouble in Little China, Dumb and Dumber, The Jerk, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I think those would be my five favorite movies. The Night at the Roxbury movie would definitely be up there as well for me. I think that movie's hilarious. Favorite TV show, easy to pick number one for me, and that would be Seinfeld. Without question, not even a second thought could I pick a other show than Seinfeld. I think one of the best one of the best seasons of television was season 2 of Fargo. That show is really cool. It's really, really good. It's on I think it was on FX. I don't have TV here. Just Amazon Prime. I can cast to a TV, but when I was living at my parents', we had DirecTV, so I had movie channels and stuff. And me and my dad watched Fargo TV show. It's really good. All the seasons are good. But if you're just going to watch one, you can watch season 2. They're not in necessarily order either. So each season's its own storyline, which I think is how American Horror Story does it too. Like you don't have to watch them all in order. Each season is its own plot. In Fargo, there's a little bit of characters that can show up in different seasons, but they don't do so in a way that you have needed to. It's more like a fun surprise than like needing to know exactly who that is from a previous season. I didn't really care for The Purge. Wasn't really too into that one. Just seemed like if they all know The Purge is about to happen and it happens every year, why are they out doing normal stuff that day? Right now there's a COVID-19 virus and it's pretty easy to stay home for a few days. You don't have to be out running errands and running out of gas and stuff on Purge Eve. I don't even think I've seen Schindler's List. 4:11. Oh my God. We got 3 more hours to go. Oh, we just keep pushing. Keep putting those washes on these models. Oh, I might have to start that second Pop-Tart. Why do they put 2 in the bag? Why is there 2? If there was just 1, I would just eat 1, but now I got an open thing with another one. Oh yeah, I heard the preview actually was really long. I didn't watch it live last time, but I heard there's a lot of talking in between each segment and setting up for the next preview video. You got to watch Dark Knight. You got to watch The Jerk with Steve Martin. It's so funny. That's probably my favorite. I don't know. That or Dumb and Dumber is my favorite comedy. I don't even know if I've seen Mean Girls. Can't Hardly Wait is a really funny like college or a high school graduation party movie. It's got Jennifer Love Hewitt in it back when she was the bomb. Yeah, it's funny, I never ate Pop-Tarts as a snack ever in my life. And then, well, at least I don't think I did. And then at our local game store, about 5 years ago or whatever, when I started getting back into the hobby a lot, 6 years ago now, maybe 7, they have like a snack bar area where they sell like candy bars and chips and drinks. And they sell Pop-Tarts, and people were always eating Pop-Tarts. And I just was like, I didn't know people did that. I didn't know you could just eat a Pop-Tart as like a giant cookie or whatever. But seeing other people do it, and then I got weak and bought some. Yeah, I like Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, High Anxiety, or Life Stinks. Man, you got a piece of corn on your head. Or he's doing the shoe shine. Hop two, ziggy boom bum boom, hop two, ziggy boom bum boom, hop two. Or not shoe shine, he's trying to tap dance for change. Yeah, I don't need you. I just need my thermos. And this lamp. And none of you. I don't need none of this. Just maybe this over here. I like in The Jerk when he's at the restaurant and they're ordering. And he's like, ugh. Bring out your freshest bottle of wine. No more of this old stuff. We want the fresh stuff. He's like, they don't know they're dealing with sophisticated people. I don't really care for The Dark Knight. I'm not really a Batman fan, but oh, they were okay. I guess I'm not really much of a DC fan. I like the Marvel movies better. I always like the Marvel characters better too, or the Marvel heroes. I'm too old for teenage girls flirting over boys, Dark Knight. I'm turning 35 this year. That's an old man. I'm an old man now. I actually love watching Juice documentaries. If you've never seen the movie Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead, that's a really good one. Really, really good one. I think there's another one called Super Juice Me or Juice Me. Um, hmm. What is my favorite Marvel movie? So my two favorite Marvel characters, without a doubt, are Nightcrawler. But more, I never read like a Nightcrawler comic or anything, so I think it's more Nightcrawler in my own mind than how he actually is or how anybody's written him or whatever. But Nightcrawler, because he's like a teleporting demon ninja, and Spider-Man. And I think Spider-Man has gotten a lot of cool movies. Far From Home was pretty cool. Homecoming was cool. Spider-Man in the Ant-Man was good. Yeah, that was fun. No, I haven't seen the movie Juice, I don't think. I think my favorite scene though is probably Nightcrawler assassinating the president in X-Men 2. That's probably my favorite Marvel scene. I love actually just seeing Spider-Man in general, especially the new Spider-Man, just seeing him in all the like MCU movies and stuff too, interacting with the other heroes. And Spider-Man's so strong. Like he's incredibly powerful in the Marvel universe. He's like one of the top dogs as far as, powerful heroes go. So it's just fun to see him as like, he's the movies he's always younger, he doesn't fully understand all his powers, but yeah, he's so incredibly strong. He can pretty much avoid all harm because he can sense it coming with his spider sense. Plus, he's like a cool acrobatic ninja type character. So yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see, Spider-Man fighting anybody. Scarlet Witch, I think, is like one of the strongest Marvel characters. Yeah, Storm's pretty crazy. I don't know if I guess X-Men Days of Future Past, they showed her doing all the tornadoes and stuff. Iceman, I think, is pretty cool. Oh, the Deadpool movies were good. I like both the Deadpool movies a lot. Those are really good. Actually, Deadpool 2, that girl Domino, who's like super lucky, I had never seen her before, and she was awesome in Deadpool 2. Like the way they portrayed her powers is just everything going right around her. That was really, really good. I would definitely go see a Domino movie. It's surprising because the Marvel movies are so huge and they're all big hits and stuff, but a lot of them actually do kind of suck. Uh, like Iron Man 3 is almost unwatchable. It's so bad. A lot of the Thor movie, Thor Ragnarok's really good, but the other ones kind of suck. At least, I don't know. Maybe I'm a grumpy movie critic, but sometimes I can watch a movie and just have a good time. Other times I'm a little too maybe critical. I feel like I'm probably more critical too on the DC movies, or maybe they're just actually kind of worse. I don't know, the Family Guy and Spider-Man. Or the Spider-Man in Family Guy. I've seen a lot of Family Guy, I think, but I don't remember it. I remember I wanted to see Pain and Gain, but I never actually caught that one. I'll have to check if it's on Amazon Prime. That's with Mark Wahlberg and The Rock, right? Well, Thor Ragnarok was good. I like Thor Ragnarok. When they started adding in the super techno Viking comedy with Planet Hulk or whatever, I thought that was a good mix. Make them just more wacky. Like same with like Ant-Man. It's kind of wackier. Spider-Man's always kind of wacky because he's young. He's got dealing with his buddies at school and then his girlfriend or his crush. I think Mary Jane or whatever, they made the new one really funny. She's funny in the 2 Spider-Man movies. One thing that was spoiler if you haven't seen Spider-Man Far From Home, but man, was that hardcore when Jake Gyllenhaal tried to shoot Spider-Man in the head with a pistol. Like, usually a Marvel movie has like generic energy blasts and maybe some kind of generic gunfire at invulnerable characters. But like Jake Gyllenhaal straight up point blank range attempts to execute a high school kid with a handgun, and he snatches it with his Peter Tingle. I know Nightcrawler didn't kill the president, but the assassination scene is so awesome. The way he's floating through the White House halls, just in little poofs of smoke. I didn't see Venom. That one looked terrible in the previews, but I never saw it, so I don't know if it was any good. Yeah, Fantastic Four. What happened? Fantastic Four. Oh my god. I like the Human Torch. He's awesome. It looks like, I guess I gotta base coat some teeth. Oh, get out the screaming skull again. This model looks like he's got a lot of teeth. Yeah, I don't even know if there's any movies like coming out that I would even want to go see. The last movie I saw in theaters was Good Boys. That was pretty funny. It was really funny, actually. And then before that, I think was the Avengers movie. Before that was probably It 1. So that's probably 3 movies in 5 years that I've gone out to watch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of times, like, I feel like if I bash movies or comics or pop culture or whatever, it's not, I'm bashing it as just vocalizing my opinion on it, but not in a way of like, you're not allowed to like it. At least that's what I feel like in my head. Hope nobody thinks I'm saying they're not allowed to like what they like, of course. But I like, you know, the debate or whatever of like, oh, this movie was awesome. Oh no, I thought this one sucked. Oh wait, did you see this part? You know, that kind of back and forth. All right, for the first time in probably 2 hours, we're bringing out a smaller brush. Just because I don't want to miss any of these little teeth. Definitely at that point where I'm getting so close to being done with these, I don't want to put in the extra effort, and I really just want to be done. Like, I think I'd prefer to just be like, yeah, I finished the project over. You know, look how much better they look because I spent the extra 20 minutes on each model. Models with a whole bunch of mouths and teeth and stuff look really cool until you got to paint all these little teeth. Yeah, X-Men First Class is the one with Nightcrawler's dad, I think. Azazel, I think his name is, and he's Nightcrawler's dad, I believe. And he had a baby with Mystique. And that baby is Nightcrawler. Although I don't know if that's still how they decide how Nightcrawler was made. One thing that was really cool in Deadpool 2 is I actually had no idea the Juggernaut was in the movie at all. So, because I hadn't seen any previews or anything. So that was fun. All of a sudden, the Juggernaut shows up. And when you don't even know he's in the movie, it's like, ooh, what a treat. Yeah, I'm allowed to criticize and bash everything about everything as long as we ignore the fact that I play with toys. As long as people don't know I play with toys, then I'm pretty cool. Of course, you can see here in my apartment, I have a lot of paints and toys around. But all I ever wanted to be was a painter. So even though I'm not the oil painter I thought I was going to be, I'm still painting, so that makes me happy. Ooh, got a little weak on the tooth there. A little bit quieter when I'm trying to pick out these tiny teeth, just so I don't mess up, because I don't want to have to fix any mistakes. And by that I mean I don't want to mess up so bad I have to fix it. I'm okay if I mess up a little and just ignore it. Actually, when I was really little, I didn't want to, but I remember thinking that when you were rich, you drove a limo. And I always say, oh, when I'm rich, or, when I grow up, I'm going to drive a limo, thinking that's what rich people drive, which is funny because that is not what rich people drive. So I guess if I wasn't a painter, I could just be an Uber driver or something. That'd probably be follow my limo driver dreams. Hard to tell on this guy what's teeth and what's just generic meat poking out. Jubilee, she's weak. Did you watch the old animated X-Men cartoon, Dark Knight? I think it was on in the 90s. Jubilee's in that one. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say they like Jubilee. What do you like about Jubilee? Maybe she's stronger in the comics and I just don't know. I just remember her from the cartoon in the 90s, mostly. Yeah, it's hard for. I mean, before I'd maybe be not ashamed, but maybe a little less public on my normal Facebook or whatever about painting or whatever. And I don't post a lot on just my regular one. But now if somebody's like, oh, you play with toys, and it's like, yeah, and I built up a company and work for myself now. So things seem to be working out. Everything's coming up Millhouse so far. I'm only on year 2, so who knows what's going to happen. But it's been a good 2 year or year and a half so far, or whatever it was. Year and 4 months. All right, that wasn't so bad. We got all the mouth. Oh, no, we didn't. All right, that wasn't so bad. We got all the mouth space coated. We'll let that dry for a second. Now we're going to dump Agrax Earthshade into their gullets. This Screaming Skull paint is so thick it does not even shake. Surprised it's still pretty functional as a paint. How does she make the Juggernaut run away? Just from her razzle dazzle? Or sparkly shooting fingers? Nightcrawler can teleport the blob. That's pretty cool. Can I finish my... Oh, I got a little more Pop-Tart. While we wait for that to dry, I'm going to hit up this Pop-Tart. A little fruit fly or something trying to get my Pop-Tart. One of the downsides of eating tons and tons of fresh produce every day is fruit flies have found my home, and now I usually have 3 or 4 of them floating around. I pretty much got rid of most of my friends when I quit drinking. Turns out when you don't drink, a lot of your friends you didn't actually hang out with other than when you drank. So now I got my gaming friends. Oh, man. I just dropped my Pop-Tart wrapper. But if you've ever had a Pop-Tart, you know the all kinds of little crumbs in there. So naturally I just flipped over and dumped delicious little crumbs all over my floor for some insect to find. Guess I'm vacuuming tomorrow. Or maybe tonight before the GW preview. Here's where we're at so far. It focused that one time. It's not doing it anymore. Oh, there we go. And now it's back to my face. I think it's like tracking my face or something, but I don't know. Working 2 jobs would be good if you use all the money to just buy stocks or real estate. Try to retire. I don't think I'd want to work 2 jobs to just buy Warhammer. I think my vacuum can be detached into a little handheld vacuum, so that'll be good because now I'm noticing I got a lot of little crumbs in my chair. So good thing I dropped that Pop-Tart wrapper because I didn't notice there was a little bit of, I don't think it's necessarily crumbs, but a lot of, actually it's probably not crumbs at all, but mostly plastic sprue from like shading mold lines and stuff built up in the cracks in my chair here. Oh my God, I've been going for 5 hours. All right, I think we need to wash. Oh, we'll wait. We're going to wait till the teeth dry for a second. Get the hiccups. And then we're going to wash them with Agrax Earthshade. We're going to also purposely fill in their mouth, the open mouths, to try to alter that blue because I never actually base coated the inside of the mouth like a red or anything. So we're just going to use the Agrax Earthshade to pool into their mouth and hopefully darken it enough that it looks unique and interesting. Oh, student loans. Yeah, I'm lucky. I didn't have any loans and stuff. And when I lost everything in Vegas partying, I moved back, got a job working with my dad and my uncle, which was lucky. I got to live at home with my parents. So I didn't have any bills. So then I got to spend all my income on paying off all my debt. So now I don't have any debt. But I never had student loans, which is obviously like the biggest debt to try and pay off for most people. All right. Agrax dumping it into their mouth. This should be good. Turns out so far my ideas have been working pretty good as far as ways to speed paint these guys and make them interesting. So I think just darkening up the mouth with Agrax should be pretty effective. Looks okay. And it's not too shabby. Oh, I hate when these little GW pots close on you. You think you got them kind of locked in to stay open so you can dip on that little top lip that they have with the wash. All right, 1 down, 2 to go. Yeah, I don't have child support either. No, no kids. I think I move out of this apartment when the lease is up. Maybe get a house or something, and then maybe I'll get a dog. That'll be about the most responsibility I'll have. I've always had dogs at my parents' house and kind of miss having a little doggy around. All right, 2 down, 1 to go. So while you're at work at the hospital, do you normally just watch YouTube while you're waiting for your calls on patients or checking their vitals or whatever, doing your rounds? Too bad you can't bring a model and paint a little bit. I guess you got to probably pay close. Probably can't get absorbed into an activity and then not be responsive to your duties. I don't have any kids. I don't know how many Jeremy has. I don't think he said. Or the kind of classic, party guy response would be, I don't have any kids that I know of. Zing. Oh my God, what? How did I miss that? Yeah, we're just picking out any parts we missed. Purple. Just for fun. No, we're not. Now let's see what this color is. I was gonna say, just for fun, we're gonna use Secret Weapon. Burping. Red, black. But I don't think this is the color I want. Oh, that's not too bad. We'll try it. Just for fun, we're gonna use the Secret Weapon red, black to wash these guys' hands again. The Corellia green shade did make them darker, but it's not selling any kind of unique shift in color. And now it's so dark, I don't know if anything's going to work. But we're going to just try to add a little something with this Secret Weapon color. And we'll just kind of blob it on, and hopefully it'll dry with some of these kind of purple tones. Where are you located, Dark Knight? Are you in the U.S.? Oh no, you were in Australia, right? I have. Earlier I was saying I have a good memory, and now I can't remember. But I think you're in Australia. So maybe I did remember. Maybe my memory's okay. Unless you're not in Australia, then my memory's bad. So I think we just talked about this last night. There's this one part of this model that's this kind of bulge. It's not quite like a pustule, but it's also not like an arm or a tongue or tentacle. So I think we might hit it with some of this wash as well, just to add. And also this one kind of long tail. We're going to add a little bit of the wash on those spots, only for the purpose of making it look interesting, hopefully. Yeah, I think we're going to like that quite a bit. Okay, yeah, Australia. All right, my memory's not as bad as I thought. I got it. What time is it over there again? Ooh, we might put a little more of this in this little area too. What we're doing right now is just using some of this purple wash, some of these weird sculpted areas that we're not quite sure what they are, but it adds a little bit of interest to have some different colors in those areas. All right. Oh, let's do a little bit over there. Cool. All right, that actually added a lot. Now we'll see what it looks like when it dries, but I think adding just those spots of that secret weapon red black. Your favorite X-Man is Jubilee. Being challenged to my memory test. Your favorite horror movie is Purge, and your favorite comedy is Mean Girls, and your favorite Avenger is Scarlet Witch. Yeah, pin. Well, I guess I got to use the big one. I got this big, fat thumbtack, giant thumbtack here for when these little dropper bottles get clogged, which isn't too often, but you can put the big thumbtack in there. And usually that does the trick. All right, sewer water is unclogged. We don't need it for anything right now, but it's unclogged. So that's good. Oh, I think I've been sitting here too long. I think we're about done. Oh, you know what? We should probably use some of that blue black to add a little bit of interest into the shadows of this guy. We're just running that into some of these recesses on this guy's big pink head. I'm guessing Jeremy had to run off and actually do some work right now. He'll probably be back. Have a good night, Jeremy. Yeah, I think I'm about done too. It's 5 minutes to 5 in the morning. I think if I'm going to try to stay up for the preview, I need to go put on a movie or something. Thanks for hanging out, though. Appreciate it. Shows 5 people in the chat right now, but all right, looks like we can go for about 5 hours and 20 minutes. Wow. That's quite a paint. I finished from the start this whole model. See if I can focus on them. I wonder how you get it to focus. You gotta get real close. Finish that model. Oh, Mazox is still in the building. What's going on, man? Yeah, I think I'm done here in about 3 minutes. I finished 3 of these from just primed. Come on. Three of those. And I finished highlighting all 5 of the heroes. And I guess that's it, huh? Seems like I should have done more in 5 hours, but I also ate Pop-Tarts and we had some good chit-chatting. But I don't know, 5 no, that's not too bad actually. Because I finished quite a few models, and if these were being sold for like $30 a model, 5 models, model an hour, $30 an hour. Now these are just for me, obviously, to play with, but. All right, Dark Knight, you have a good morning or night in Australia. Everybody else, I'll talk to you soon. I don't know if I'll have the energy to make a video right away after that GW preview. Maybe. I'll leave the camera plugged in just in case I want to jump on and make a video. But for the most part, I think we had a pretty productive time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed themselves that stopped in and hung out. Now we're going to try and pop my back. Oh. All right, guys. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's time to go. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Adios.